Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Haraby, trying to make me feed Doris even more treats. How you both doing? What's up, Jenkins? What's up, Haraby? And anyone else who has joined us. I've been busy-ish. I mean, I've mostly been working and woodcutting while an AI tries to do my work for me and fails miserably. The hard reality of like, hey AI, do this thing for me, and it takes like a whole afternoon to do what I could do in like an hour. That's like, yeah, this isn't replacing me. At this point, I think the best outcome is that I get the thing to just do like the automation, which I hate doing, and then I just work on other stuff while it works in the background. And then I don't have to do automation, but I get to do all the fun stuff. That might actually work out in my favor. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe as we basically our work's like started doing this like AI push with Claude Code and stuff. And currently we've got like our code base isn't designed for an AI to navigate it. So it just can't, really. Like a sufficiently large code base with different mechanisms in place to allow things to be developed independently and then be pulled in and registered and all that kind of stuff, right? It has no context of all that, so we can teach it that, but like it doesn't make sense to it, if that makes sense. Like it can't just follow a bunch of node import statements or whatever. So it kind of falls over a lot, and I end up having to like stop it and tell it what it's done wrong. And it's like, I swear it'd just be quicker to do this stuff myself, but I literally been asked, like, you know, use it, figure out what it can do, figure out what it can't do. And yeah, basically just try and avoid just sitting there and going, "Oh, screw it, I'll do it myself," which has been the main reaction so far. But anyway, on more fun terms, I am gonna go do a farm run. Go check out the POF, do a farm run. I still need to make farming urns, but I'm not gonna make you guys sit for an hour of making those, so I'll do that after stream or something. Check the chins. Virile and sparkling chin there, that's nice. Another virile chin. Check the trapper. Yo, black dragon egg. Didn't even need to get it from Wildy events. We gaming? Oh yeah, we've started getting more spiders, so we now have spiders in the breeding pen and both medium pens. Oh god, that's... I need to buy noted produce. How far off am I? Because, yeah, this is getting old. It's 3,000 beans. But why? Why would it be so many? So, which spiders are we keeping here? I guess the giver and the plain one. We could sell an adult one. Part of me's torn. Do I take the younger ones and sell them for more beans, or do I take the older ones that I've got the XP from? Oh wait, hang on. This pen needs a male. Do we have 3 males? No, there's a male and a female in there. And there's a... Well, this one will eventually be old enough. Okay, I guess we leave those to grow. There's no reason freeing up spots in the... What's it called? In the pen. Oh, yeah. I put my farming preset away, didn't I? Yeah, the plan with farming is literally just POF. That's it. Just let POF do its thing. Do my herb runs as and when they are relevant. Cringe at the frame drops we keep getting around the new areas. Even though my render distance is so low that this entire area is covered in a fog. God damn, the frame drops are actually kinda nutty today. What the heck? What's going on? Do I need to restart my client? Is that what this is? Yo, what's up, Aaron? How you doing? We are just getting our daily like farm run and stuff done. And then we'll be heading over to Gate. I wanna continue getting my divination level up at this point. We can start handing in engrams kind of soon, maybe. I need a load of memory strands to do that. What do we think's the better way to train divination now at 70? Are we thinking do the Hall of Memories or do lustrous energy with the caches that it spawns? Does lustrous energy have much use, I guess, is the deciding factor there. Yeah, caches, huh? So what can we use lustrous energy for? Divine charges, it takes 550 per. Orton of Restoration, transmuting sharks, making Sign of Lives. Maybe the Sign of Lives might be worth it. But yeah, I tried something with ooh, I can grow Lanternum now. I tried something with Gate of Elidinis yesterday. And I was very, very disappointed to find out that you cannot use divination urns at the Gate of Elidinis. But one thing I do kind of want to try is, you know how there's you have an AFK method for doing crafting training via the Gate of Elidinis by just abusing the fact that, you know, you just die, right? You just die and go again. Can you do the same with divination, and how much XP per hour is it? And is it enough more than actually killing the boss to be worth not rolling on the boss's loot table? Probably not, now that I say it out loud. It is almost certainly just better to kill the dang boss. Yo, what's up, Drag? Where's Doris? Kippin'. You did 13 raids, Casey, with your CC today. Got 2 active pieces and a codex. That's actually real good luck. Don't think the rates are quite that high. How we doing our... Oh my god, food-wise we are. So, I might have started working on the River of Blood requirements. But what I haven't done is sort out my food supply. I have not sorted out my food supply at all. So we're still buying from the gnomes. You're doing DG div to get invention? Absolutely heckin' not. Yo, what is up, Borrow Friend? We will be getting invention soon, though. Very, very soon. Hello, Yomi. Welcome in with the Doris Tritos. You know the rules. She will be getting them in 15 minutes. Unless she just heard me from across the flat, in which case she'll come running. Oh yeah, I apologize if I'm a bit lower energy today. I've been busy. Been busy at work, so I'm a little conked. Also, we've been starting spring cleaning, so... Well, the one thing I gotta say is my core strength has gotten a lot better now that I've been using the exercise bike regularly. Hi.
She heard.
She heard?
Heard.
Oh. And you handing me this pot has made the situation... She's got the cable. She's got the cable. She's got the cable. I will give them to you after we kill this this boss. Yeah? It would take me like 2 minutes, Doris. I'm sure. Just watched a Sorted video about Korean fried chicken, and oh my god, that looked good. We haven't watched Sorted in ages, have we?
Well, because you lost all interest in watching food videos. So.
I like food.
Aaron, whenever I put a food video on, you lost all interest and you just sit on your phone instead. And I would be like, oh, that looks nice, or oh, that looks cool, and you'd be like, what?
To be fair, no matter what we watch, I end up playing RuneScape on my phone while watching it. That I am guilty of. It's okay, Doris.
And that's why I brought her in, so she could bug you.
Ah! Okay, I need to put the cable in a different place. Gonna get my head yanked off if she keeps this up. Yeah, we tried a new around here chicken place. I don't know how new it actually is. And it was like, why would we ever order KFC again? Oh no, it spawned off screen. Oh yeah, that would be a reason why. Doris is following Gig around, asking her for the treats. Oh no, she's back here. Yep, you're coming up in a second, aren't you? Aren't you, Doris? No need to huff. You'll be up in a second, and I will give you your treatos. Good evening, Verdom. How are you doing? Gig's trying to egg her on, and Doris is instead just like, no, I'll come bug you instead, mummy. Grinding out best tools? I am not exactly looking forward to doing that on this account, I'm not gonna lie. I do have the Imkando Matok, I wouldn't say grind, but the like, I have the tier 3 lodge, or Woodcutter's Grove now. So we can start working on the Imkando Matok. Also, we're up to 129 KC so far. I am not going to be stupid and say let's get to 200 today. But let's try and get close. Don't I mean Imkando Hatchet? What did I say? Did I say Matok? Wait, also, Doris! Oh! Right in the jewels. She just ran up to me, leaped up, and headbutt me in the, yeah. You a bit excited? Your head is as hard as a boulder, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Come on in, let's say hi to chat. So, would you like some treats? May I get a pull? Your pot does not want to open. There we go. Hi, Paul. Ooh, it's okay, I got you. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Anyone would think we starve you, Doris. Hey, Paul? Paul? Doris? Paul? 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 Doris? Paul? Doris? Good girl. Oh. Did you just bat that away by mistake? Yeah. Okay. One more. There's. Up. There you go. Good girl. All gone. All gone. Oh yeah. The painting that Gig did of Doris now resides behind me. Get back to gate. Doris, are you gonna give us good luck? Yeah? Can we have a bless? Do you know how to bless? Not quite sure that's right, but the spirit's there. Gig also did a drawing of me. I don't think that's going behind me, but Doris can. How many gemstone golem fragments are in? Almost 35k. Yeah, we desperately need to get invention unlocked. So we can finish off the... So we can start making the outfit pieces. 80 mining and 20 invention to make the golem outfit. And if we manage to even make one complete outfit, that's huge for the consistency here. Have you taken your Anubis stance, Doris? Getting hit by that might be a problem. Also, why do you keep spawning, like, off screen? Am I zoomed in too much? Must be zoomed in too much. Yes, Doris? Yes? Yeah, you're giving me side-eye. What's the side-eye for, huh? Have you heard of the concept of paying your bills on time? Yeah, I'm the kind of... What's it called? The kind of... I don't know the right word for it, but like... I will always make sure that they are paid, and I will like double check and triple check and all that kind of stuff. Just because I CBA ever dealing with that. This dude has a phone plan with you. He had to put his phone out of service twice during his 3-month stay, and he still wondered why he had to pay late fees. I mean, I'm confused why he had to pay late fees as well. Surely he should have just had his service cut off if he's that bad. Yes, Taurus. You did twice? Yeah, but the fact that you're charging him late fees suggests he's still a customer. Okay, we need 2 rocks to finish this kill off. I don't see a clog. Nope, no clog that time. I think Beej might have stolen all the good luck on Monday. What was it? He got a dowser and a tuna within 10 kills of each other. You don't pay on time the people we have put out notices and mail and letters that need to be paid. Just take Verd's spoon from him? I think he's lending it to Perry at the moment. In exchange for being taught Zami. What does your breath smell of? I would have expected it to smell like those quail treats. You're lending it to whoever wants it. Sure, I'll take it, I guess. I'm not gonna complain about an RNG boost. As much as I will keep saying that, you know, we have lots to gain from killing this boss, so it's not super urgent to get the drops. We do eventually need to get them. And getting them earlier does mean we can benefit from them sooner. Flame Hydra with the RNG. Huge. What does your breath smell of? Are you okay? I mean, you seem okay. You definitely had an appetite. Your breath, you just got bad breath, huh? The thing is, it smells like glue, which is either me having a stroke or you've eaten something you very shouldn't have. You got your memory dowser at 16 KC on the hardcore today, so happy to spoon that item. My spoon was the memory dowser, not memory dowser, Runic Tuner at 9 KC. Which, I mean, still a great item, but like, if I were to rank the 4 items from the boss, Runic Tuner is the bottom of those 4. Isn't it burnt toast for a stroke? Maybe. I think I'll just ask Gig if she smells anything on Doris's breath. But if I ask her on stream, she's gonna take the piss out of me for being a bloodhound. Yes, please. Come on, Doris. Good lucks. Good lucks. It was not today. Yeah, I'm planning on focusing on magic again, so it is a good drop to get. There is no doubt about it.
I really am just not allowed to play Slay the Spire in this fucking flat, am I?
Literally every time.
It's literally every time I'm playing Slay the Spire. Every time that something happens.
Yeah, for some reason I smell PVA glue.
Hi! It's my happy day. Not her.
It's not her. Something smells of PVA glue.
Thank you for the kisses.
Is it that fucking thing because it's new plastic?
Probably.
I guess so.
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's just me being a bloodhound.
Yes.
Okay, so genuine cause to take the piss. Got it.
Yes. Can I play Slay the Spire now?
Of course.
Are you sure? Nothing else is going to come up.
I don't know. Doris, can Mummy go play Slay the Spire?
Would you like to come play Slay the Spire with me, Doris? Bed.
Do you want to go to bed? Are you playing it on the Steam Deck? Ah. Does it play good?
It's a fucking roguelike card game.
Oh, wait, Slay the Spire, not Hades. For some reason I was thinking Hades.
Hades plays well on that too. Although, I don't know why you're asking, because you'll never play them because you hate roguelikes. You suck at them.
I do suck at them.
Well, surely you'd do better with the card game ones.
Probably.
Huh. You should try Slay the Spire. It's really good.
Well, you have it, so I could just yoink it from your library.
Even though you never will.
No, I'm too busy playing RuneScape.
Yeah.
And still shiny hunting a Squirtle on my Switch too. I'm at the point of debating just going from soft reset spamming to trying to learn RG manipping.
There we go.
My baby's enjoying kissy time, huh? Do you want to go to bed, Doris? Is that what's going on today?
Want to go to bed? Yeah?
Yeah.
The wakey tail says yeah. Come on then. Go to bed. Your father's not being very helpful, Doris.
Well, she kind of just jumped onto my shoulder. I didn't really know what to do there.
Come on then.
Come on. I was about to say, give me the crit. Is this going to be a PB? Come on, PB. That was not a PB. Big sad. Big old stack of cash, though. I need to... I need to start working on the cash stack. I've got... what, 7 mil to make every week now? If I want to keep up with the shop runs. And no wildy events to carry it. And not even me is going to be able to help that much with that amount of money. So... I guess gate is currently the way to go. We don't really have a way of making money that's any better. Oh yeah, I should grab a Reaper task, shouldn't I? Just to see if I get Reaper's Choice or gate. Knowing my luck, I'll get Jad. Aren't I close to Vault? I am, but I don't want to spend my AFK time pickpocketing at the moment because I need to get 80 divination for the engram that gives you memory shards from pickpocketing. And then I'm gonna be AFKing at Dwarf Traders for a while. Why did I just tank that to the face? Why am I... Okay, apparently I'm having a slow day today. You only need 74 with stews? I am not stew boosting to gather energy. It's only a couple minutes. Getting... it's like 3 or 4 inventories worth, so it's like up to 10 minutes? I mean, technically you're correct. Like, what you are saying is a correct fact. I just don't know if I want to do it that way. Like, I can just get 78 and, what's it called? I can just get 78 and use banner. Oh, so what is the second memory bot in the Hall of Memories now? I can't remember if it was... I can't remember if it was the one that gave you an extra divine location per day before, or if it was one of the other ones. Because the one you unlock at level 70 is the one for having a second engram active at one time. Pool of memories. Oh, it's increased memory strand gain while in the Hall of Memories. That's actually not atrocious. Because if that makes it so that getting memory strands in the Hall of Memories is quicker than gathering from locations, like colonies, then that actually speeds up doing engrams quite a bit. Yeah, the 85 one is increased chance to spawn a Chronicle fragment. Which is just like a little XP per hour buff in Divination. It used to be free divine locations, but since those don't exist anymore... What is my Div XP per hour? 74k? So we're looking at 70 to 75k per hour in Div at the moment. Doing Gate. Surely that's more XP per hour than we would get doing Lustrous Energy, even with Divine Caches proccing every hour. Is there any black market for discontinued MTX items today? I'm assuming some people are buying them. You'd probably have to go to insert 3 letters here that shall not be uttered. But I know the Wand of Treachery is now a discontinued item. The Wand of Treachery is a tier 70 wand you got from Warbands. I guess Viswax is also a discontinued item now. Don't even know if that's tradable. Have I done all my engrams? No, I've only done the ones up to level 40. I have the energy to do the ones up to level 60, but I don't have the memory strands. You can't buy that wand in the GE? Wait, is it untradeable? Might be untradeable. In which case it's just a cool to have, not a new rare, I guess. Yeah, after the kill, I'll look up the Wand of Treachery and we can take a look if it got any changes. I just remember looking it up because I was looking for just tier 70 weaponry for magic. Which is surprisingly hard to find any decent options. Yeah, I think I need to... no, I could have been brave. I could have been brave. -1 swordfish. Can't wait till -1 swordfish isn't a huge concern. So what was it? Wonder treachery. It is a tradable item. It was 400k on the GE. Yeah. So that's a new rare, I guess. I don't know if I'm assuming they might have made it untradeable or something. Oh, as in you put the buy offer in and it's not buying. Yeah. Certain three letter name community is probably has probably bought them all, if I'm being honest. There probably weren't a huge amount in game to begin with. I mean, it's a tier 70 magic weapon that required you to do a niche PvP activity. So I highly doubt there are loads of them in the game. But I guess they are now a main, like an actual useful, what's it called? Rare item instead of just a cosmetic one. After all this time of not trying to make remake rares, and they've gone and done it. Or maybe they I wonder if they have something set up in the GE to have the game buy out all the ones that people put up instead of them being able to be bought by players. Unless it's on... I mean... It's not an MTX item, so... I don't see any point in it being on that list. No, it's completely separate from the Wildy drop table and the new like wilderness core / obelisk shard table thing. Yo, Kaga, what is up? Thank you very much for the raid. Hope your testing went well today. We are trying to, well, I'd say trying to spoon, but it's been over 120 kills since our last unique, so technically we're not trying to spoon anything anymore. We're just trying to actually get the drop. And also getting good div XP an hour. At least compared to trading at, what's it called? At colonies, which are, yeesh. Yeah, div colony training is interesting. I need to mod some more people so I can get shoutouts done while I'm in the middle of kills and stuff. Who do I trust not to ban Verdom for his RNG? Thank you, Haraby. You feel called out? I mean, no, it's just that I already have basically you, right? Because it was, I mean, there was 3 of you, and Dark doesn't play RuneScape anymore. So he doesn't hang around as much. So it's basically just you now. So I'm not really calling you out. I'm saying you need Normally I do it. Yeah, I just can't do it in the middle of a kill. Yo, what's up, Machinist? Wait, yeah, I just realized that could be misconstrued putting that into date. Yeah, I didn't get the Runica Tuna today. I got the Runica Tuna this weekend at like 9 KC. Which I feel like might have just blown all my RNG at the boss, but oh well. Anyway, welcome in everyone from Car Guy's stream. This is my month-old hardcore that is honestly just hoping to make it past month 2. Yeah, they what's it called? They really strongly worded what they wrote about daily challenges in the initial blog. So I was kind of surprised that they didn't commit to removing those. But also, my opinion was that, like, if you're gonna throw a bone to people that like getting a little bit of dopamine after a shit day of work and don't have that much time to play, then daily challenges are like the least offensive way to do that. They're just kind of like the epitome of busted efficient XP per hour or effective XP per hour. Oh god. No. He spawned literally right as I was gonna run over. Don't think it healed the boss enough to be a problem though. Never tried range Zami over 900%. Got 4 kills after throwing yourself in the fire there. So, is range Zami good, or are you going back to meleeing it? It is good? Good. I'd be lying if I said my plan on this account right now wasn't to just get Ganodermic and make it so I don't die to something stupid while farming the more, what's it called? While farming the more mundane bosses? Would that be a fair way to describe stuff like Hellware? Like the way I die early on is I get complacent or bored, or both. And it's not like any power armor early game actually gives enough of a damage bonus to noticeably impact how long a grind's gonna take. So much better off just having something that makes it nearly impossible to die. Oh, 61 agility, huge. Is that actually a useful shortcut? Oh, it's a requirement for Curse of a Rav. Okay, that's actually useful. Curse of a Rav is in turn a requirement for curses, so... Actually, wait, is it Curse of a Rav or Defender of Varrock that you need? It's one of them. Curse of Arav is a follow-on from Defender of Arok, so I'm pretty sure it's required. I'm just trying to remember if it's Wild Gothic Sleeps. Because Wild Gothic Sleeps needs one of them, Temple at Centiston needs the other. I'm assuming Wild Gothic Sleeps is Defender of Varrock. Oh wait, yeah, what's it called? Curse of Varav is the one with the summoning. The summoning section. Where you have to use like a Macaw or something with Farsight to like peek down a tunnel. So that can't be a requirement for Wild Gothic Sleeps. Because that predates what's it called? That predates summoning. Wait, what? Hang on, I clicked you. Oh. I 100% clicked that twice. Is my brain lagging or is the game lagging? Or both? In old school, you need insulated boots to go in there? I mean, you need insulated boots to go in there in RS3 as well. You just send the familiar to scout. Because the, what's it called? All the water's electrocuted in the sewers. Okay, that dive was kind of delayed. So I think this server might be not happy. Oh, convenient crit. Yeah, and I'm not dropping frames, so I'm pretty sure it's not on my end. That's usually my go. Wait, hang on. 700. Huh? Oh, right. Yeah, the dog would have healed it up. Or the feline would have healed it up too much. Felines aren't dogs. They just look like dogs in this game for some reason. It's like when you're fighting the Catra and she spawns the two, I'm pretty sure those are supposed to be like two felines. Everyone just calls them dogs. Okay, we need to start cleaning these kills up or we're going to be spending most of our time buying food instead of doing kills. You now have all the levels you need for Azanadra's quest. Oh boy. Does that mean I have all the levels for City of Centiston as well? Because I have the archaeology. And if I could do as an address quest, then that should tick off a bunch of other requirements as well. Trying to remember what the level recs are for the City of Centiston. I only remember the archaeology one because it's the one that's usually a problem. This account is unique in the first level I've hit, which is the... Oh, I dived too early. My mage is too low. You don't need a magic level for that quest, though. Unless it's a rec for a pre-quest. Might be for a pre-quest, but it makes sense that you'd need a magic level for it, because it unlocks magic spells. I swear that guy always spawns, like, right under my action bars. Okay, that was weird. I clicked the pillar, and I clicked it a second time because I thought I had clicked too early. But then it jumped before my second, like the jump started before my second click even went through. So I just had a random like 1 tick delay for no reason. Has a 74 mage and 75 slayer requirement. That's why I've never taken note of the slayer level requirement. Normally I'm speedrunning slayer. Okay, yeah, I'm having a bad time with like random 1 tick delays here and there. Which means we go to a German world. Which I'm starting to think I should just make my default favorite world a German world instead of a UK world. World 56 is always stable. Do I trust it? Wait, PB? I don't... No, this isn't going to be a PB. I didn't click the thing quick enough. City of Centiston does, but as an address quest doesn't. Yeah, City of Centiston's the one of interest there. Because it's the one where you actually get some tangible rewards. It's the world you're always on. Where's my clan list? I don't have my clan list added, do I? You said World 56. Has 909 players in it. Let's try 54. Too crowded? I mean, 900 players is pretty rough, yeah. Worlds tend to lag if they go over 300. Even old school has that problem. Like, they don't seem to have it as bad as us, but when, what's it called? Like, when shooting stars were first reworked in old school, if you got a good shooting star spawn on your world, and you were in the middle of a raid, it basically lagged you out. It ended up, like, lagging you out of the raid. Yeah, we have that, but worse. I think based on what Jagex have previously said in the past, and based on features we have that old school doesn't, I genuinely believe it might be bank presets that cause it. And that's why World 84 is such a like absolute disaster to do anything on other than literal bank stand skilling. Because everyone on that world is just bank stand skilling and taking a preset out every 30 seconds. And it's why it takes, like, I've left myself on World 70 quite often. And I don't notice for quite a while. But if I leave myself on 84, I notice immediately. Which is also why it kills me that the game defaults me to... Like, when I boot up the client for the first time each day, the world it always picks is World 84. And it's just like, why would you ever send someone who doesn't know any better to World 84? It's like the world they're going to get the worst experience on. You got tomorrow off work, back-to-back days off, huge. Yeah, I don't need to eat another piece of food, but oh, of course it's a crit. I could have pressed the button early and avoided taking that extra hit. Oh, well, it didn't cost me an extra food, so it doesn't really matter. And this one's gonna be kill like 135, 139. Apparently my ability to keep track of KC at this boss is already in shambles. You're point boosting on your iron because of the Reaper task thing? What, you mean doing the Jad task spam? Which is totally getting nerfed, but they've got to let Wazzy stream it for 2 days first. That is a joke for anyone for anyone who does not catch the subtleties of dry British humor. Emphasis on the dry. Oh, wait, you're doing Slayer point boosting because you need Slayer points to skip Reapers, right? I got you now. I don't know, I was getting like 25 Slayer points a Reaper task, which... I mean... At 30 points a skip, you can almost skip like once a task. I don't know how that isn't enough for some people. And then, well, I see some people like, oh, I'm getting Solak, and it's like... I don't want to have to pay because I can't do so. Like, it's like, turn group assignments off then. If you can't do so, like, you're probably aren't gonna be wanting to do any of the other group bosses. Like the biggest exception I can think of is Nakatra and Nex, because neither of those are real group bosses, and just kind of get lumped into the group boss thing. And Nakatra, well, I guess Nakatra's the same as the elite dungeon bosses being group bosses, which then begs the question why Zami isn't a group boss. Or is he a group boss and I just didn't notice it when I checked the Reaper list? You're getting a Zuck Reaper. Did they at least reduce the amount of Zuck kills you have to do in a Zuck Reaper so you don't have to do like 4 sometimes? Because I know they standardized the Jad task to always be 1 Jad. I'm kind of hoping they did the same for Zuck. Because that was always the problem with like Jad and Zuck Reapers is even when you got them, even if like, oh, I can go kill a Jad, it's like I don't want to kill 3 of them though. But it was exactly the same thing with Zuck. It's like, oh yeah, I could do a Zuck run as a Reaper task before. That would have been fine. But then when I get like 4 Zucks, it's like, that's like an hour and a half of just doing Zuck. Which was maybe a little much for Reaper tasks. Like for old Reaper tasks. So I'm assuming that's been dropped along with what's his name? With Jad. On the note of Reaper tasks though, I should get one and hopefully either get Reaper's Choice or Gate. On the note of Jad. Okay, Chaos Ellie. I'm not going to go out of my way to do it, because I just want to get gate drops today, but Chaos Ellie is at least a reasonable task right now. Yeah, I know that doing Jad tasks is like insane Slayer points per hour, but doing going and slogging my way to wave 6 of Zuck waves to do a single Jad task seems silly. Yaddy? Is that your nickname for Jad? Wait, a Zami pet at 3KC? Excuse me? That guy just made his grind for a bowl take 2 months. Whoop says Yad. I actually didn't catch that reference. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, that feels way smoother on this world than the previous one. So I like how I've pinned all my XP rows just because it happens to be where I want to be diving to in this fight. Getting 180k XP per hour while killing a skilling boss feels pretty dang good. All Swedish people say yad. Is that just because of the way they use like soft J's at the start of words, or is it just like completely unnatural to ever say like Jad or Jiff? Okay, 141. 141. Another moonstone. That's good. That's moonstone number 3, I think. Oh yeah, it's Falman today. What's in Falman's shop? And Sold Thread, Powerful Ink, Miasma Runes. And a Ghost Impling. Let's pop over there real quick. We'll take the Miasma Runes. Take the Powerful Ink. Take the Ghostly Imp, and I mean, I guess we'll take the Ensouled Thread, because why not? Ectoplasm, it's fine. Yeah, I don't have the rune crafting level for Miasma Runes, so that might come in handy if I don't end up doing rune crafting for a while. Also means if I go and unlock Darkness, I can actually use it without having to train runecrafting first. Where is it? And Invoke Death as well, I guess. Do I have a high enough Necro level for Darkness now? No, it's 86. I mean, I'll get 86 by the time I unlock Darkness, because I'm planning to get 90 before bothering with any more souls. I'll probably do... Well, I'll make inks at Ungale. And then once I've made a load of inks, I'll probably just finish off getting to 90 via Powerful Essence rituals. That way we'll have a bunch of Impure Essence for doing early rune crafting. And then we can just do rune crafting using the Passing Bracelet. Oh yeah, I have 3 moonstones, so I can now make the necklace, ring, and bracelet. I don't particularly care much about the amulet. I'm assuming it's good for necromancy. But I just don't really plan to use necromancy enough to make super use of it. I haven't seen that 40k corruption bug happen again. I saw it twice, like, pretty early on, and I've not seen it happen again, so I have no idea what was triggering it. And the boss is being really kind this kill for some reason. I barely had to move for Rotten Suffer. Still not going to get a PB though. I think if I want to... Ah, frick. Well, I need to get more rocks. Oh, I need one more. That wasn't lag, that was just me clicking too early. I just clicked the boss before my character started jumping. And that causes you to do nothing on that tick. If you click the boss and you're not on the last pillar, you would not do anything in that tick. Also, if I wasn't a hardcore, by the way, 100% get Reaper's Choice as your first Reaper unlock now. Like, it was already kind of debatable whether you got Reaper Choice immediately on an iron before, or if you focused on getting your first couple Hydrixes first. And now I'm pretty sure it's just a guaranteed slam dunk on Reaper's Choice. Ring of Death is just so much better than Ring of Life for actually dangerous content, though, that I couldn't not get it. CAs also give Reaper's Choice? Yeah, but it stacks. And also, you need the unlock from Death's Shop to get the guaranteed one at... what's it called? Oh, wait, what am I doing? That was going to be Rotten Suffer, and I've just clicked far too early. I mean, I guess I just dunk and then start working on the other side? I'll just have to go back over and mine this towards the end of this side instead. But yeah, the Reaper's Choice unlock from the shop gives 10%. The CAs give up to 90% depending on how many of them you do. And all that stacks additively. So if you do Elite CAs and you have Reaper's Choice, then it's 100%. And I think there's like some argument about if you have Reaper's Choice free, you can now basically skip every other task, basically guaranteeing that you get to pick your tasks, but then you forgo all your Slayer points from doing the Reaper tasks. So that sounds less good. Yeah, I need to finish mining this. Although, let's say I need to drop a couple pieces of food. I might need to... Yeah, I'm one tick from... There we go. Yeah, I would have died if I hadn't eaten. Nada from the chest, unfortunately. Wait, why are there so many people? Oh. I guess this is a PVM-focused world for whatever reason. Either way, it was less laggy than 86, so... I don't know why the UK worlds seem to have such a problem the past few weeks. What was the Reaper daily task cap? We don't understand what the changes were. So previously you could get 1 Reaper task a day. Now you can do Reaper tasks as much as you want for Slayer points and Slayer XP. And you also get Reaper points up to a cap of 300 per week. Won't that crash Hydrix? I mean, high-level players already could get 300 Reaper points in a week. So the question is, do low-level players now have access to way more Reaper points? Which, yes, they do. But also it takes quite a while to... What's it called? It takes quite a while to get the 300 with low-level tasks. So what I'm kind of expecting is that less people are gonna do it, but the people that do it get more points. Like, I imagine there were quite a few people that did it because, you know, it was a daily that was efficient money. But now it's not a daily, it'll probably just be something they go like, oh, okay, whatever, and forget about it. Because the idea is that it's like, it's bossing Slayer is the idea now. So, in theory, there's more points available to people. But I'm imagining less people are gonna sit down and go, I'm gonna grind out 300 points for a Hydrix. So, I'm imagining it will kind of even out from that. And I'll be honest, Hydrixes were already crashing because of all the like combat weeks and stuff they did where people were getting like extra Reaper tasks, and also people having Reaper's choice was meaning they were able to pick higher point Reaper tasks. And more people were doing Reaper tasks with Reaper's choice because if they're killing a boss and they can just pick to do that as their Reaper task, versus they roll a Reaper task, get a boss they don't feel like doing, and just leave it sitting there until the next day. So, like, there's been plenty of things increasing the inflow of Hydrixes into the game. And they've already kind of done the damage. But yeah, with Reaper's Choice and people getting like double Reaper points and whatever, or being able to do 2 tasks in a day before, like whatever the events were letting them do. Like if they were a high level player and were just doing a mascot, say, because that was the last one of these happened quite near a mascot release. The mascot Reapers were easily able to get you like 300 points in a week, I think. Well, I wouldn't say easily because you're doing a mascot Reapers and you would have to have them extended. So I wouldn't say easily. But those events would have been people getting like 600 points in a week. Which, I mean, that would have been a pretty low percentage of players. But it doesn't have to be a mascot to have been good points. The bosses just below a mascot are soloable and only a bit less points. So between those events not being a thing anymore, or those events not having an impact anymore, I should say, less people doing it just because it's an efficient daily. Like, you now have to kind of sit there and go, am I going to do however many hours of Reaper tasks for a Hydrix? And if I was going to be honest, assuming Hydrix, you know, holds a reasonable value, a low-level account should definitely be doing Reaper tasks for some early cash. You need the boss kills anyway to get everything unlocked in War's Retreat, so may as well make a bit extra money while doing it. I think we gained like 200 of boss KC while we were doing Reaper tasks for our Ring of Death. So if you were going for the 1000 KC for the Adrenaline Crystal, you'd probably get like 4 Hydrixes if you did that purely with early Reaper tasks. I could see doing that. Should you disable assign large Reaper tasks? Yes. Yeah. If you get a Reaper's Choice proc, like the list shows up to pick whatever boss you want to do, you can close out of that menu and turn all the options on and pick whatever you want. So you could turn on groups, turn on extended, and then do like an extended task of a boss you actually want to do. And because you turned on those settings, you'll get an extra 50% points versus having groups and extended off. But the task will be double the number of kills. So if you, for a random task that you don't get to pick, it is not worth to have those settings enabled. The group one is just going to make you spend more Slayer points skipping. And the extended one is going to make you kill twice as many bosses for 25% more points, which not a good ratio. So it's only worth having those settings on if you're doing a task you specifically want to do yourself, and like you've got a Reaper's Choice proc. And even then, I would argue if you have Reaper's Choice like 100% of the time, you still don't put extended tasks on and you just put the group one on, because like you could just pick the same boss again immediately afterwards, guaranteed. Yo, what is up, Yanni? We're currently working on getting the gate KC up. I think we started at 128, 127, something like that. We're almost up to 20 kills for today. Which, to be honest, not bad going, considering I've just been sitting here yapping. Also, what start to a kill was this? I started crafting training in the middle of doing some gate kills. I don't need to do any more crafting training for a while. I have all the decorated urns unlocked now, which, I mean, I still don't know if it's even worth making those until you get to Prif. Farming, probably worth. Mining, debatable. Divination doesn't work. The divination urns don't work here, which is a shame. I'm gonna have to tank the big hit here, I think. Ooh, hang on, the barrier's not built. Minus some food. Not cutting that tight at all. Huh? I walked back into that too soon? Okay, I thought the timing on that was fine, but guess not. Must have been like literally one tick too early. I think I'm gonna need another rock. I could try pause the health gain and finish mining this, but it's gonna be tight. We got it, it's fine. Yo, grats on the 7 stream streak. Thank you for the continued viewership. Shame I didn't get a drop on your name in your name. 22k marks of war. Shame there's not much use for those now. I mean, I guess I could buy the vampirism aura, but like that comes under the whole auras are getting deleted. Like the aura slot is getting deleted, so I'm certainly not using it. No spoon for me? It's not looking like it. It started off so well too, didn't it? 9 KC for a Runica tuner, and then we just dropped the ball. I'm just thankful this is a boss I can do while I'm like half asleep. Cause like it doesn't matter if I screw up super bad. It is a safe death encounter. I didn't see the XP drop from the first swing, so I think I clicked off one tick too early, which is a shame. Okay, we got like 2 crits on the first rock that saved my mistake. Okay, make sure I don't jump back in too soon that time. Doggo gonna spawn down here. There it is. Not dog. Even I call them doggos, and I know they're felines. I get a. I call people out for calling Doris a cat, and then I go call cats dogs. Absolute hypocrite behavior. Which was actually my evoker's name in WoW. Is there a way to kill this boss in one hit? Yes, but you need a Beast of Burden. So each rock in your inventory does 2.5k damage to the boss. And then by doing the pillars correctly, you get a 25% damage boost. So 2 of these shards completely emptied is 40k, plus 25% is 50k. So if you bring a tortoise or a yak, you can deposit the shards in your Beast of Burden, and they will get used from the Beast of Burden. So you can just go 1, 2, 3, 4 and go up once. The reason I'm not doing that is because it increases your food usage. You end up going way higher in corruption stacks and just holding on to the corruption you get from the first 2 shards for longer. Like, if I'm super clean here, my kills take a single piece of food. I haven't been very clean today, so I've been kind of burning through food. But if you want to do all 4 shards in one dunk, then you'll need like 10 to 12 pieces of food, I think. Oh, yes! Yes! Oh, that is the perfect drop. Yes! Scripture of Elidinis. Absolute perfection. Okay, so this thing, anyone who's used a big book for farming clues knows how these things work. First XP drop. First non-combat XP drop, I should clarify, of a minute has a 17% chance to spawn a soul. Depending on what soul spawns, you get a different amount of XP, but the XP is roughly on average equivalent to a small XP lamp. And at level 60, I think that's going to be like 60k XP an hour. So if I wear this book and grind a mud rune once a minute or something, I can get 68k XP an hour for just grinding a mud rune every minute. Kind of the same abuse you do with Big Book. Or you could just put the book on, activate it, train a skill, and at level 99, it's like 100k XP an hour added on to the base XP of, just training the skill. So that is super good, and that is going to help us with herb lore immensely. So we'll be taking that. Won't be banking all that. That'll go into the chest below. We got to go for the back-to-back, right? We have got to go for the back-to-back. This can go in here for now. Oh, that is absolutely freaking incredible. Back-to-back into the Dowser. Let's go. Also, if we take a quick peek at the chest, we're going to have to keep doing some more of the boss for money, obviously. And also the other drops are good. I'm using this as a way to get my divination level up. Although I might just go for 80 divination now. And kind of set myself up to do, what's it called? Memorial to Guthix tomorrow while I'm working. So then I can get 80 divination and we can just go straight into invention tomorrow's stream. But also 148 pages is 111 hours of the book that we have access to. So we are very happy. Also, 4 onyxes from the boss so far. I've already used a 4th onyx from this boss on a Ring of Death. So we've got 4 onyxes plus enough onyx dust to make another one. And I think the 42 probably combines with what I have in the bank to make yet another one. So we are good on onyxes. We got Moonstone from doing rituals. So we've got 3 Moonstones plus enough Moonstone dust to make 2 more. So that's 5 Moonstones. So we're good on Moonstones on the account. Assuming we can't transmute the Moonstone and onyx dust until way later. The Wurgali seeds are nice. I should probably start planting those. I mean, yeah, the rest of the supplies I've already been over. Bow staves are our powerful comps for invention. But yeah, we gotta go for the back-to-back. We gotta get the Dowser after that, right? Right? Man, I'm so happy to see that. Moonstone for the Necro Amulet? I think the amulet is the one thing I'm not making. I want the ring, the bracelet, and the necklace. The amulet, I could live without. Mostly because I'm just not planning on using Necro for much longer. Yeah, Runica Tuna plus Scripture of Elidinis. We got the worst. Well, I say the worst. None of the uniques were bad. Is kind of like one of the reasons that this boss is way better now than when we did it on release. When we did it on release on the Iron, we basically just wanted the Dowser. I didn't appreciate how good the Scripture was back then, so we did kind of want the Scripture as well. We were also kind of sleeping on Eclipsed Soul. And I didn't really have the... Like, Eclipse Soul would have been good considering I was struggling with crit chance when using magic. But, like, Runica Tuna wasn't very well balanced on release. And I didn't appreciate how strong the other 2 drops were, so it was kind of felt like just fishing for the Dowser. Because, yeah, the Dowser made getting invention charges and porters and stuff just so much nicer. And I mean, it would be good to get it now, I guess, if we're just gonna speedrun to 80 and get invention unlocked, because we're gonna need a load of charges. Although the energy we've got from this boss should kinda cover us until we make a big push for 95 div. Which I'm still debating if I'm gonna completely avoid dungeoneering divination with that. Also, do the stew boost to 80? You can't stew boost for the invention requirement, unfortunately. We could stew boost to get the thieving engram. Kiko is doing the play with me and my toy, but don't take my toy. Doris does something really cute with her toys. She'll start playing with her toy. And then when you sit down to play with her, like, Gig and I will sit down at opposite ends of the hallway and, like, throw the toys between us. And instead of going for the toy, she'll just keep running back and forth between us and giving us cuddles. So she's still getting the, like, exercise running up and down the hallway. But she's just doing it for cuddles instead of to go get a toy. Which is really cute. Okay, back to back. Gotta be, right? Never lucky. Absolute scammed. I'm gonna keep doing the boss for a bit. It's still decent div XP, and I mean, if today's gonna be a lucky day, then I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna milk the day for all it's worth, you know? Yeah, I got the drop. I got the one drop. Like, if I only got one unique in the entire time of doing this boss, like the initial grind at this boss before we go away and get some upgrades, like the mining golem outfit, basically just stuff to make the boss a little more consistent. Because right now the main issue we have is just inconsistency in like how much damage we're sometimes doing, relying a lot on crit chance to make it, like relying a lot on getting a crit so that we don't have to hit a rock like 3 times to get one successful mine. So it would be real good to get the magic golem outfit. Oh, what the? I thought that only just ticked up to 6. Looks up item to teleport to elder trees, requires divine locations. Ooh, yeah, that's a... Is that item intended to not be a thing anymore, or... Is this a safe death for hardcores? It is, yeah. I have tested it plenty of times doing the... What's it called? Doing the crafting method. It's still craftable? Yeah, but you can't get more divine locations, right? Oh wait, can you still make divine locations? Could you not just not use them? No, you can't make them anymore. Then I guess the it will slowly become an uncraftable item as your supply of divine locations dwindles. I don't have well, that's a problem. How on earth do I not have enough shards? Yo, what's up, Pato? Oh yeah, I need to update the today command. Need to add the new big drop to the list. What did we get? We got the scripture. Also, that feline completely screwed this kill, huh? That's what we wanted? It is exactly what we wanted. We are super happy. We're just gonna ride the luck out for a bit, see if it continues. And continue getting some divination levels before we... What's it called? Continue getting divination levels before... sending our engrams. What am I gonna get next? I mean, getting the Dowser would be, like, insanely useful. Because Eclipse Soul I only really need once I get a Fasoa, right? As in terms of it being, like, a best-in-slot thing to be using. It would be nice to get it early. So that I have another source of healing. As opposed to just the Vamp gloves that are coming out on Monday. Which, to be honest, still don't know how the Vamp gloves are gonna go, right? There's a bunch of people boosting Slayer points for a reason. If you need to be on task to get those gloves, or to get them at a reasonable rate, all those people boosting Slayer points at Jads are gonna get another early bird bonus. Apologies. But yeah, I'm assuming it's gonna work like Cinderbanes, right? You're gonna have to be on task to get the good rates. And yeah, it's gonna be packed. The thing is, those gloves are gonna be freaking incredible on this account. Like, those gloves plus an early scavenging. Like, early scavenging 2, get myself in the Abyss early. Well, not early. Definitely not early. I'm delaying my combat training quite a bit on this account, which, to be honest, is not completely unfounded, given I could now get very blocked by a 110 combat task. Like a 110 combat Reaper task. Oh, wait, and that's not the second dunk. Go, 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 go. My brain skipped the whole phase. People, there won't be enough of them. People are going to use aggro pots and mess up early players. Yeah. Trying to go for it as an Iron Man is probably not a good idea. Because if anyone damages a mob, it doesn't matter if you do more damage. You can't get a drop if someone else damages the mob. And also, I'm not going to go to a new Slayer mob on day of release on a hardcore. No matter how insane the drop is for the progression of the account. Going to a... Wait, in RS3 it's if you do half. Oh wait, so if you do more than half, you still get the drop as an... Oh, okay, I didn't actually... I thought it was literally just if someone hit it, then... Wait, hang on, no, that's how it used to work. Because there used to be like a tag, what's it, like an asterisk that would get added to monsters' names when they were tagged by someone else. And it definitely was the case that if you killed something that had been hit by someone else, you would not get XP. Or... Oh, hang on, that... Okay, now it makes sense. Now I'm remembering when this got changed. So old ED3 XP farming, you would take a couple main accounts with you, and you'd tag all the mobs, and you'd have the mains kill them, and you would get the same XP back then for the mobs dying. Then they changed that so that the XP you got from them was proportional to the amount of damage you dealt. And I remember this because there was a very specific method where you could have like 3 people tag Hunter and then kill it on your, and then kill Hunter on your Iron Man from the safe spot and get a like absolute fat combat XP drop for it. Yeah, the new Slayer mobs are going to be absolute fucking beans for the first few days, I think. Also, just like, maybe I don't go to Haven Hive at all on the hardcore initially. Like, what would I want to try? The bosses? And the Slayer mob. Both of which could have a bug. And it's just like, I'm so much better off just going there on my main. Although my main is not exactly in... What's it called? My main's not exactly caked up right now. They're 35 Slayer, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, super low Slayer level. People are going to be sitting on an absolute ton of Slayer points to force the tasks. Those gloves are probably going to be pretty dang expensive on release. It's like the perfect storm to just have loads of people go there. Also, once the mains are done farming it for GP for the first 2 days as people buy the first few pairs or whatever, then all the Iron Men are gonna roll in and want their gloves. So it's gonna be busy for a while. I do hope they just add a ton of them. I mean, it'd be it. I know they didn't look like they were in an instance. They look like they're in the open world. But I was gonna say, like, if they were in like a cave or something that they could like instance and have you just go to like an instance with a reduced number of players, because they have done that in the past, right? They have been able to make it so that indoors instances have a have like separate versions or layers. Since they're low-level gloves, you'll doubt there'll be a percentage boost. You think it'll be a flat boost that only helps lower-level peeps? I don't know. I am wondering if they're just going to replace the Vampirism aura with them. Like, imagine them dropping Haven Hype and saying, hey, we added the replacement to the Vampirism aura. Goodbye, Vampirism aura. But also, like, a level 35 Slayer mob dropping Vampirism aura tier, like, power gloves. Maybe that's too strong for level 35 Slayer mob. But also, like, maybe they don't want healing to just be a high-level thing. Because that's kind of always been a complaint, is that your sustain in this game blows until you get Soul Split. And then you could sustain for everything. That's always kind of just like been a constant complaint. So maybe this is the response to that. They need to boost Penance Powder to match the aura? Wait, I thought Penance Powder is the same power as the aura. I thought they were the same. It's less? Oh. Huh. For some reason I thought it was the same and you could just double stack them. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Penance, we are getting Penance as an aspect. Although, of all the aspects, really, are you going to use Penance? Powder is half the power? Oh, okay. It's kind of nutty considering what the requirements are for it. I wonder if these gloves will be half the power of Vampirism then. Or maybe they'll just have a cap. Like, they'll heal a percentage of damage, but up to a cap. You're planning on using Penance Aspect? Fair enough. I don't know, I feel like if you're not taking enough damage for Penance Powder to be enough on its own, then do you not just end up out healing? Like even if you didn't have protection prayers on, would you not just end up out healing the damage with Vampirism Aspect? And then if you go from using both Penance Aspect and Penance Aura, or Penance Aspect and Penance Powder to using neither, then you get to save 2 mil an hour by just using Vampirism Aspect instead of Penance. I guess you lose some kills per hour because you wouldn't be using your damage prayers. Is the main downside there. I was wondering, like, why do I need to eat food so much more often? It's because I'm eating worse food. Stuff only heals 1,000. Gonna need to hit up the gnome shop after this one, I think. 62 agility. Oh yeah, that's the other benefit of doing 2 dunks instead of 1. Get double the agility XP per hour. Ugh. Not in-game places. Penance Aspect is useless because you'll want sustain. Darkness, Animate Dead, or Darkness / Animate Dead and Vampirism gloves / Vampirism. What are they called? Vampirism Aspect. Okay, I do have a bit more food. They should just make the vampiric essence a permanent unlock at low power. Eee. I don't think I agree. Also, why on earth am I so behind this time? I don't think I agree about vampirism being an effect you can get without any investment at all. They are useless for irons, especially okay. Now that you need congealed blood for overloads, the essences are in a real bad spot on irons. I will admit that. I don't know if them becoming passives is the way to go. I mean, considering they're taking your pocket slot, I think them just not consuming congealed blood, or like having a they need to be in your pocket slot, but if they don't consume congealed blood, then they have a reduced version of their effect. But I think there still needs to be some kind of cost. Like, currently, to get a vampirism effect, you're either using your aura slot, which is overpowered when it comes to sustain in general at the moment, or you're using your aspect once they add those, or you're using your glove slot, which, depending on the style is and whether or not the mob is poisonable, is quite a trade-off. And also, we still don't know how powerful those gloves are. Like, I'm imagining, considering it's just your glove slot you're giving up. I guess that's also a Death Touch bracelet you could be giving up. The glove slot is slightly more powerful than some other slots. Notably, like, I think it's a bit more powerful than the boot slot and the helm slot. So it is a reasonable slot to be giving up for a healing effect. I just hope it's not as clunky as the healing from Eclipse Soul. Eclipse Soul currently has a problem where if you crit too much, you stop healing from Eclipse Soul. Because every time you crit with Eclipse Soul, you gain the buff to heal over time, right? But it refreshes that buff every single time you crit. And it doesn't, and in order to prevent a mass spam of crits from just topping your health bar, there's a delay at the start of the buff before it heals you for the first tick. If you keep critting more frequently than that delay, then it doesn't heal you ever. Which is like the amount of buffs you need to be stacking to be doing that is kind of nutty. But it does also mean that it just heals you less. Like, when you're in an endgame setup, it does just heal you less than you think it should. So, yeah, it feels like in endgame, you're using your overhead for a crit chance buff rather than its healing. Which is interesting. Also, yeah, Divine Rage stacking with like all the just the amount of prayers you can turn on in the normal spell book compared to the curses book. It all kind of stacks up real good. Also, the surge thing doesn't work when transmuting, does it? It only works when mining. Like, if you surge next to one of these things and mine it, it saves a tick on the mining action. I don't think that works in the transmuting. Yeah, I'm not going to get to transmute any of that, unfortunately. It's a little bit delayed. Yeah, Eclipse Soul at the kind of stage I'm at, where I would crit infrequently enough to get, you know, to be getting ticks of the healing pretty, like, I would crit just about frequently enough to get consistent healing from it, but I'm not critting so much that I'm like constantly resetting it. And also, it giving me a damage boost as well as sustain is pretty nice. Like going in the Abyss with, like going in the Abyss and having those Vamp gloves and Eclipse Soul, probably overkill. But also, like, could probably survive in there with even Grey Chins without any food at all. I mean, it would be nice for Slayer as well. I think Slayer will be the main use for it. Just being able to not have to worry too much about massive stockpiles of food to do Slayer. Can Chins crit now? I thought if the initial hit crit, then it all got like the AoE got a damage amp, no? Or is that not how that worked? Like only the initial hit could crit, but the damage that it did to surrounding mobs would be increased. It just they wouldn't be crits because, you know, Adren. I think I swear the primary target damage can be a crit. Oh yeah, I also need to yes, we did get the scripture. I'm currently continuing to do some kills. I'll probably go, if we go to 72 divination, sorry. Then we're handing in 40, 50, 60, 70. Oh, it's 4 engrams. So no. Handing in the engrams at 72 would not give us what's it called? Would not get us to 75 divination. I could show off a use case for the book. We could just go do what's it called? We could go gather lustrous energy for signs of life. And just use the book to get some extra XP. Get some practice with the souls before we start using herbal supplies. I mean, unironically, I should be between You need to have the book enabled for a minute, right? You need to have the book enabled for a minute before it will start spawning stuff, right? So I can't just go to the bank, turn the book on, clean a herb. Because they did that fix for what was it? They did that fix for the Bic book to stop you flicking it. And I'm assuming the same thing applies to this book. All you know is it's a 10%. It's not a percentage buff. I'll bring the when we get 72 div, I'll bring the and we go do the engram stuff. I'll bring up the what's it called? I'll bring up the wiki page because it's not exactly. Well, it's not a percentage buff at all. It's a fixed amount based on your level. Like the size of the XP drops doesn't matter. Which is one of the reasons why you can kind of abuse it with smithing. By doing like low heat smithing to farm book procs. I'm not sold on that I'm not sold on that being necessarily the best use for it in our situation. Because we can use this on quite a few skills. Whereas not like when this boss came out, the people that were doing it were already like high levels in certain skills. And it was like they weren't gonna bother using it for archaeology. They weren't gonna bother using it for mining. And people liked using it as like an AFK thing where you just have alt 1 ping you that the souls spawned. And low heat smithing is like a super chill way to just farm procs. It might be useful post 99 smithing. But considering this boss is the only source of pages for it, I can't just assume that I'm going to have it for like realistically. We might go for it. We might go to 1,000 KC. At which point we're looking at oh god. That was close. At which point we're looking at like 6 times the number of pages that we've got right now, so maybe like 700 pages. Which, I mean, now I said that out loud, that is not too much below 600 hours of the book being active. That's crazy. That is a 1,000 KC at a boss I'm getting 20 kills an hour? I don't think I've been going at 20 kills an hour today. I've been doing some shockingly bad kills. But yeah, so it's what, like 50 hours of doing the boss? Wait, hang on. No. 20 kills an hour would be 3 minutes a kill. I'm doing 5 minutes a kill, including banking time. 12 kills an hour, sorry. My math is as bad as my gameplay today. But yeah, I'm getting like 12 kills an hour. Maybe 13 if I have a good hour. So you're talking about 90 hours. I guess that's kind of cracked compared to Crosis's rate of big books compared to, or big pages compared to usage. But it's still a lot of time spent killing the boss. Okay, are we buying food now? We're buying food now. Off to the gnomes to buy some more of their carbs. God, my Iron Man has had an absolutely atrocious diet. all the gnome food is made out of flour. Like, the best way I could think to describe the gnome food is like, it's like Toad in the Hole, but with actual toad instead of sausage. Wait, hang on. How many people don't know what a toad in the hole is? Lurking but toad in the hole is Biss? Someone knows? Someone knows? Toad in the hole with an onion gravy. That is a meal I have not had in a very long time. But it sounds amazing right now. But yeah, toad in the hole is basically just a big pastry with sausages in it. So that's basically what gnome food is, except they use actual frogs instead of sausages. So not the best diet for a young and growing Iron Man. Should probably have more fish in it, if I'm being honest. Need those essential fish oils. And omega-3 for the brain to work. Which is probably why my brain's not working. How long has it been since we had fish? We have like omega-3 supplement tablets just because we don't eat fish that often. Did I go for Dragon Mattock before starting archaeology? I did get a Dragon Mattock before 70 archaeology. I was using an Orichalcum one until 70, and then I had a dragon one. I wasn't originally planning to get a Dragon Mattock, but considering how long it took me to go from 80 to 86, yeah, the Imcando Mattock was worth it. So why is my div XP per hour has just been like dropping, and it's now showing as less at my current level than it was showing when I was like level 60. Rune Metrics XP per hour calculations are I don't know what the like time frame they're using is. So I don't know why. I mean, I guess I did just go and buy gnome food, so like that would have only made a massive impact though if it was a low enough oh no. Dang it, misclick. I misclicked. Wasn't even like just clicking the boss too early. I just missed the fourth pillar and clicked the boss instead. You want to get it as well, but CBA with Hunter from 66 to 75? I mean, if you have chins already, then you'd basically be doing Black Sally's from 67 to 75. Might be worth for the chance of getting yourself a core, but from what I've heard, the new rates of getting a core from Black Salamanders are good and fucking and luck. Yeah, it's no longer insane rates, but I don't know. You see all the hyperbole / bat like worst case scenarios on Reddit, but I think someone posted that they did it for like 3 hours and they got 1 obelisk shard in 3 hours. Not portable obelisk, just the shard. They hit the table once in 3 hours, which considering it's a 67 hunter requirement, is probably reasonable, but also like, who's catching Black Sallies for 3 hours for 1 roll on the very wild table? Would it be best to do Wildy Slayer for a Dark Core? I have no idea what the rates are. I will most likely be doing that method, but that's more because I want the wieldy weapons, and the core would be just a nice benefit if it happened to drop when I went for those weapons. You did 75 Supreme Growth Pots and nothing? I've heard 300 Growth Pot Potions and nada. So I think the rate from herbs is like, just do your herb runs if you're gonna do your herb runs, and maybe you'll get something out of it. Oh, I guess I heard 300 and no core, but like, I don't know if they got other things. They also patched the Wildy Slayer, not Wildy Slayer, Wildy Agility course. The Wildy Agility course was initially bugged so that it would only check when you finished the last obstacle of the course instead of that you did a whole course. So people were just like skipping as much of the Wildy course as they could to do the last obstacle as much as possible, even though it was terrible agility XP an hour. Wait, she's getting it already? It's only 8 o'clock. Were you being a little menace? We gonna tick down? I mean, we can take one more tick. Actually, we could still take one more tick. Oh, okay. That was a 5-tick jump. I misclicked again. You did 230 pots pre-nerf. I don't think the what's it called? I don't think the potions got nerfed. Or I don't think the herb patch got nerfed. I think the herb patch was just not super overtuned initially. Any rares from Gate? Yeah, we've had a Runic Atuna and a Scripture of Elidinis so far. Wait, I just realized training divination with the scripture is going to be real awkward with the one that you have to like corner. Takes about 80 minutes to harvest a wildy herb patch. To think people use 300 insta-growth potions without a core drop is insane. You got to think about how many like effective hours that is though. I probably spend about like 20 seconds of those 80 minutes actually at the patch getting the herbs and replanting a seed. $30 if it's a particularly generous yield. Your book took 1.1k. You got free Atunas, free dowsers. I mean, at least you got dowsers. Worst case, those dowsers are some bond money. The spare 2, you obviously keep the 1. You tried doing the agility course for core, but ended up with carpal tunnel instead. Okay, that one I'm confused about. The Woody course isn't that intense. It's got some pretty long animations. You did 50 insta-grows, no wildy drops at all. A few hundred sallies and no core, just 11 obby sharps and a dupe portable obelisk, all before nerfs. Yeah, the pre-nerf rates on like I don't think the herbs got nerfed. I don't think they needed to get nerfed by the sounds of it. A day at the sea made you 7 mil cash from Alex Bosch, who also cost you 5k Tumican shadow charges. Was it worth it? What runes make up a Tumican shadow charge? I know it has soul runes in there. 2 souls, 5 chaos? Now's the point I realize I don't know how much a soul rune is in old school. I'm assuming significantly cheaper than they are here. About 370 GP. Okay, they're 1k on RS3 right now. Wiki says that Shadow costs about 1300 GP per cast. So you spent about 7 mil in runes to make 7 mil alks. And now you have to alk them. Oh yeah, I guess it makes sense that your soul runes are that cheap because they're anchored to rune pack prices, right? On top of that, you fired 2k rune cannonballs. Oh boy, yeah, good. GG on the investment. You wish you had soul rune packs? Wait, did the rune packs not come in soul flavor? Oh yeah, you can just world hop. Oh, whoops. Okay, what? That was not my fault. Two of my jumps got delayed by a tick, just because of server lag. Like, I didn't click anything more than once, which means that none of my clicks were too early. Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to get an extra rock because of that. Which is big sad. A surprising amount don't come in packs. The elemental ones do, mind, chaos, and maybe death. Oh, death and above are not in packs. Okay, so it's basically the Aubrey runes that come in packs. is what you're saying. If anything, at least. Oh yeah, it's not personal stock. That's at least one thing we have that's nice. You can go to a shop and, you know, the items are going to be there. Although I gotta say, I'm a little miffed about them halving the amount of meat we can buy every day. Gotta protect the rabbit meat market, I guess. Like, I know there is, like, a certain thing with, like, efficient, like, effective GP per hour kind of stuff, where sure, you could only go buy meat from the shop once a week, but it takes, like, a minute to buy it. The stock regens faster than the week? Not according to the wiki, it doesn't. According to the wiki, it adds one... what's it called? One rabbit and 3 of the other per day. Also, 300 per day is less than you were getting before. Ooh, dive. Why didn't you go off there? That almost got me. Of raw beef. Oh. According to the wiki, it just gets 300, When did I go last? I bought it all out on Monday, but that was before they did any changes to it. So I don't know if the... Because someone said in chat on Monday that they had made adjustments to the meat shop or something. If you hadn't already bought it out. I had already bought it, so I didn't pay much attention. Yo, the Jaws. Thank you very much for the raid, dude. Hope you're doing well. Mr. Harrowby, can I ask you for a shout out, please? Hope you're all doing well. What did you get up to, sir? That was either I have a dead clicked or I'm lagging like crazy. Thing is, you can dead click by like starting an animation and then clicking in quick succession. So I don't know if I just did that or if I actually am having some lag issues. Gate content? Yeah, the gate's been absolutely pog on the hardcore. Did we survive 2 ticks? We survived 2 ticks. We're good. Gotta conserve all the food. Spent the stream doing weeklies and the pipe dream of getting an Onyx core from Wildy Slayer. I hope Onyx cores aren't too rare from Wildy Slayer. I plan to do some in the future, so that's probably going to be my way of going for it. Also, this has been these have been flashing for ages. Yeah, we've been grinding away at the gate. Got 161 KC. We started off with some absolutely insane luck. Got a 9 KC Atuna. And then we got Scripture of Elidinis at about 140 something. So we are comfortably on rate when it comes to drops. Well, I guess we're better than rate. We're like 240 KC is what you'd be expecting 2 drops at. I'm still mad about getting trolled by the what's it called? I'm still mad about getting trolled by the effigy. Think you're dry among the GIM team? I think only when we were playing GIM, I think only Silenced ended up getting to gate, or he was in the middle of unlocking it. I am not actually sure why that hit me. I know it's a tick early compared to the indicator, but that felt like it was 2 ticks earlier than the indicator. I mean, 1 hit isn't the worst thing in the world. If I'm quick with this, then. Like, if I'm quick with the second round of rocks, then it's not too bad to... Like, I should still be able to get the kill without cleansing this. But it is now tight, and if I have a bad second side, we will be getting extra rocks. You're so dry at gate, 260 with nothing so far. You see that guy who had 31 KC for everything but Dowser? That guy got all your drops. Bring it up with him. Do you think you'd still look for a group Iron Man team somewhere in the future, or are you pretty much done with the game mode? I mean, I started it with the Appas because Chev just reached out and said they needed someone else. But like, the problem with GIM is always, will it perform well for everyone involved? Like, if Chev's gonna put time into something, he needs a good YouTube series out of it, right? He needs to get he needs to get some performance on that side of things. For me, I'd basically be streaming the same thing I'm already doing, so my content wouldn't really change much. I'd just end up like putting Iron Man videos on pause again, and hopefully not hopefully not being driven away from the game again, so that I end up losing all the footage. And yeah, but the problem is just like the problem is basically asking like 5 content creators or to get something out of a series that could take like a year plus. And unless you're specifically a creator of a certain size, the bleeding effect of teaming up with other creators is quite minimal. And in fact, if I team up with Chev and he bans someone from his stream again so they can't talk in my chat while we're what's it called, using the stream together feature, then I guess it actively hurts to... What the... Okay, I'm trying a different world after this. It's either my internet or or the worlds are all having a bad time. Yeah, the issue we had with like the issue we specifically had with like in the appers is we kind of underestimated the impact of Silenced and Kristen's time zone difference. Oh my freaking god. Why am I lagging so bad? We kind of like underestimated the impact of their time zone difference and availability, and it meant that like basically only me and Rax and Silence got to play from like that crossover between the two halves of the team. And even then, it wasn't for very long. Like, it would basically be Silence logs on, me and Rax gear up, we went to Karapak until I needed to head off to bed for work in the morning. And that was, like, what we did for the entire last couple weeks. So we never really got to do content as a full 5. Like, Rax edited the Arch Glacier thing to kind of show it that all 5 of us were farming the boss for the money. But realistically, like, Chev was so screwed by being the ranger early on that he wasn't really able to get involved much. Like, we just didn't have a way to get him an equivalent weapon without him doing a shit ton of questing, and he hated questing. So it was basically just me and Rax, and then Silenced was stuck in necromancy hell for a while. Because the initial bit of necromancy and like unlocking God Wars 1 so that you can actually make your tier 80 gear was basically taking all his time. And he ended up feeling quite isolated on that front. So it basically just ended up being being me and Rax farming Archglacier. Then I went off to Vindy to get my Lance. And then we went to Karapak. And again, there was like mostly just when all 3 of us were on, I was doing Karapak alongside Vindy. It's just the Vindy grind ended sooner. It was basically just whenever Silence would log on, I'd ditch Vindy, go do Karapak with them instead. Because like the one nice thing about doing it in a GIM setting with a trio is that even though we, only got 1 loot pile each, because there's 3 of us and we were basically flight skipping by sheer brute force of just having triple the damage. And also like the amount of bloody debuffs we were stacking on the boss. Like I swear half my adrenaline just went into debuffing Karapak so that the other 2 could have decent hit rate. Yeah, then Chev wanted to focus on Herblore, so he was like basically telling us like, oh, try and get me as many seeds as you can, as many like herbs as you can so I can train Herblore. And we kept trying to explain to him that like that's not how Iron Man worked. That's like Iron Man, even with 5 of you, you can't fund 1 person to get 90 Herblore through supplies. At least you couldn't back then. Now you could probably do it with the thieving changes. And some of the, and like Mechanar's dropping a load of irrits. So he was like really not wanting to just do quests. Like he hated the idea of having to like do tons of quests on a temporary, like what is essentially a temporary account. Like our little thing was just get Reaper Crew and then call it a day. So like Rax and Chev were both like, nah, I'm not going for quest keep on an account we're gonna spend like 6 months on. So it's like, yeah, it's fair. But then Chev was like, also wanted to do all the Herblore stuff, but that kind of conflicted with not wanting to do all the quests. And I was like, okay, just let me take over Herblore, and I'll send all the quests for it. And he was like, no, we can figure this out. I was like, I trust you, dude. Just trust me, dude. There is no figuring this out. It was just that bad back then. So that kind of burnt Chev out on the game. That the combination of being range locked and feeling like he had to just spend all his time questing instead of playing with us basically made Chev feel kind of isolated. The time zone difference kind of made Silenced isolated. Especially when Kristen stopped for a little bit halfway through because some IRL emergencies happened. Which then just left Silence basically on his own. So it was basically just me and Rax. And even then, Rax spent however long in dungeoneering to get a dungeoneering game. Eventually, that was only a few days. But like, we didn't end up doing getting to do that much as a group, and that's kind of like why people wanted to play the game mode in the first place. So that combined with the fact that I was feeling a bit burnt out by things in general, then Chev basically was just like, I'm not having fun. Like, what should we do if like we're not actually having fun? And it's like, okay, let's just change what you're working on. And then Chev basically just said like, I'm sorry, but I want to work on my main account, work on my comp series and stuff like that. And I'm not having fun playing Iron Man mode in RS3. Because Chev 4 RS3 Iron Man couldn't be that much different to old school Iron Man. It is a lot different. It is a lot different. Like in old school group Iron Man, you basically do all like the initial questing and stuff. And that's kind of like solo content. And then you have like a few people do certain roles. Like you have the guy do Hunter to get early Hunter rumors and get access to Implings early. You have the guy who handles all the Herblore stuff. You just have like more defined roles. Whereas progressing an RS3 account just needs you to kind of do everything. Like you need to do a load of the quest lines for like PVM unlocks. And because you need to basically get a quest cape, you pretty much have to do everything, right? Oh yeah, that's the other one. The having a crafter in the group. I mean, that could still be a role in an RS3 game because you can request assist for pretty much everything that you need it for, right? Like Zuck Cape would be the... What's it called? Zuck Cape would be the thing that comes to mind as like what you'd expect to need a personal crafting level for, but you can still request assist that. So yeah, you could have a crafter. But the the reality of crafting an RS3 versus an old school game is in old school, you kind of have everyone grow giant seaweed, which is like, it's a farming thing, right? So it's naturally time gated, and it's a little bit out of everyone's hour or however long it takes to grow. But it's like a little bit of time invested by everyone to just, check on it as a farm run thing. In addition to also, doing their herbs and stuff. So that's like not that much to ask of a group. If you wanted to funnel someone to get their crafting up in RS3, you'd basically have to just get the whole team Alcarid gem rocks. I guess you could gather materials for them to train archaeology and go unlock Gate of Elidinis, but same deal. You have everyone doing like a long term, like a long amount of hours or effective hours thing instead of just doing a farm run occasionally. So like supplies in RS3 are a lot less. What's the word? Supplies in RS3 are a lot less farming bound, which is less the case now. Like, I'm doing way more farming runs early game on this account than I was on the previous account, because the previous account's philosophy was just boost herblore with Jacker trades and quests, and then worry about it later. And like the only thing I cared about on that account was overload supplies. Whereas on this account, I make growing a load of Erits, a load of Ranars, and I'm planning on making a load of prayer potions and super attacks with those. 1 for XP and 2 for just early supplies. But the early supplies thing is kind of because I don't want to rely on the Mazcab shop as much, purely on the basis of like money, net passive monetary income is lower now. Without wildy events, you're not just getting showered in the Chronium salvage, covering all your shop runs forevermore. So, like, farming is more useful now. Like, to be honest, with the amount of, like, with how good thieving for seeds is now and all that kind of stuff, right? If we were to run it back, right, run the cameras back or whatever, and when Chev asked us, like, okay, how can we get me the supplies to get 80, like, whatever herblore level? The answer would have been, go pickpocket a load of seeds and just stick them in the storage. And then we'll, grow Ranars and Nerits and all that kind of stuff for you. So, like, Chev could have just spent a bunch of time thieving for seeds, and then we help him speed up the growing process of them. And that could have been a way he could have actively trained herblore without questing. That just didn't really exist back then. The seeds for herbs that had good secondaries were not as available. And also him training thieving to get the seeds. Like, he could have gone through Master Farmers, through Cruxacal Druids, through Cruxacal Knights, and he would have eventually got access to heists, which I'm assuming is content he probably enjoys. He would have got access to just better thieving mobs for other supplies for the group, access to chests that give different supplies. So like I think if we did do a run it back, there would be more things for people to sink their teeth into that wasn't just quest like crazy. Hey, another moonstone. I guess I can make that amulet. But yeah, the thieving update is awesome. But yeah, like that's kind of like the main thing that's kind of been coming out of the early game rework, right? Is like, what would I have been realistically doing at this point on Zappy, right? I would have just been questing. I would have been questing. Okay, admittedly, I was ignoring necromancy, so like I was very invested in magic, so I was questing to get all the spell books unlocked, which I guess I now can do. I'm pretty sure I have all the requirements for like Desert Treasure and Lunar Diplomacy. I just need to actually do them. So like I would have been questing for those. Basically just making a laundry list of quests for 80 Herblore. And rushing... Oh yeah, that would have been it. Just rushing... River of Blood, an invention. Like what I'm doing now-ish, but at earlier stages. Because I'm trying to remember what the first 3 episodes were. Because episode 4 was when I got Sunspear, and episode 5 was starting invention on Zappy. Which kind of summarizes how the videos are going to go this time. Episode 1 is unlocking gate. Episode 2 is Sunspear and River of Blood. So instead of doing like 3 20-minute episodes, it's gonna be like 1 hour long episode. Just gives me a bit more time to actually work on it to a point where I'm happy about it, rather than like with 20-minute kind of vloggy style episodes, I was feeling like, okay, this is the kind of content that should be weekly to give people enough of it to watch, and also it also just like for the amount of effort, because it was like realistically it was about like 5 minutes of a bit more edited stuff going over like the information relevant to what we were doing in that episode and basically setting things up, and it was kind of like clips of what I was doing. Whereas now I want to make it more structured and more like just a narrative towards a milestone as an episode. Which is taking me a bit to kind of figure out what that looks like. But I mean, I'm spending more time in my editing software as a result, so I'm just learning more about it. So it's kind of more work, but it's like if I'm putting out an hour long video, reaching a big milestone each time, that's more like the kind of thing I can upload every few weeks rather than feeling like I should be uploading it every week. Which also means I don't then end up pressuring myself into doing stupid grinds and trying to fit them into 1 week. See Hellware, Rax, and Sanctum. I mean, there was no way Sanctum was going to be done in a week. 7 pages. See, it feels so good seeing pages when you've got the book. How close are we to 72 div now? 2k XP. So we're pretty much there. Haven Hive is only 4 days away. I kind of can't wait. It's one of those things where, like, I kind of can't wait, but also it means I'm not playing my hardcore on that Monday. Because it's like, why would I risk it? I care way more now about losing a life on this account now that I've unlocked Gate and done 160 odd kills at it. Because, like, I don't want to have to redo the archaeology. Did you hear hardcore day 1? Absolutely heckin' not. It's one of those things where, like, it's not that I don't trust... It's not that I don't trust myself to not die to an early bird, like, or like an early game boss. Like, I don't think going into our version of Obor blind is gonna rip a hardcore that has tier 70 necro gear. But, like, it could, and it could because of no fault of mine or anyone's, really. I mean, the fault would be mine. It's like playing something new before it's had its, like, teething in period on a hardcore is kind of silly. Like, only people with absolute giant cojones would have gone into Sanctum on release on a hardcore. Yeah, also that's just like the thing in general. Like, every time they add some kind of new combat thing, the day 1 meme is just looking at the chat and seeing how many hardcores lose their status to it. And the unequivocal figure is just like, yeah, it's a bit risky to just go to a new mob on day 1 on a hardcore before someone else has gone there and found out that it can randomly hit a 15k through prayer. Also, how, like, Nakatra had, like, what was it? Normal mode Nakatra was safe deaths, right? But, like, the Shadow Sands mechanic was an insta-kill. It wouldn't proc the revive in the fight. Now, that insta-kill mechanic is still a safe death, I'm pretty sure. Like, even if you die to that, I'm pretty sure Flarin just spawns you outside Sanctum instead of you going to Death's office. But, like, would you really have trusted something like that on release? To not kill you, even though it's supposed to be a safe death? I wouldn't. Or this early game boss has an insta-kill mechanic that when you know it's coming is, like, completely 100% avoidable with no RNG, no, like, even if you lag 5 ticks or whatever, it's not gonna kill you. That hashtag looks nice. Also, only 1,200 soul runes from this many kills? I was kind of expecting more, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can buy more than 1,200 soul runes a week. Assuming I wasn't broke. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna stop at 72 div, right? And go hand in the engrams. And I could also show off the book at Lustrous Energy. The thing is, I'd be handing in 40, 50, yeah, 4 engrams. And I think at best, those are going to give like 40k XP each. It's not even going to get me to 74 div. It's almost like I'd be better off just holding them for like 78. The question is, am I going to train div by another method? Now that I have the scripture of Elidinis, am I going to train div via actually doing div at colonies with the book and doing the caches every hour? Or would I do Hall of Memories with the book? Hall of Memories with the book might not be a bad method. Like, Hall of Memories is already pretty active. I know it's supposed to be like a chill AFK thing, but if you're not doing core parties, it's not chill. It's not AFK. You are surging and diving all around the room. Yeah, so I could gather Lustrous Energy. I don't really know what I would use Lustrous Energy for, though. It is basically just Signs of Life and the engram. And that's not a huge amount of energy needed. Like, Lustrous doesn't have a porter, is one of the things. I think it's Radiant that uses a ruby necklace, right? Does that sound right? Radiant uses... Wait, no. Brilliant uses ruby. Sometimes they double up. Like, there's two, what's it called? 2 energies that use emerald necklaces, for instance. I'm pretty sure Luminous, the energy we're getting from this boss uses diamond. So does Radiant also use diamond? Let's double check. Signs and Portents. So Signs of the Porter 6 uses Luminous and a diamond necklace. Sign of Porter 5 uses Radiant and Ruby. Okay. And then the next one is Sign of Porter 4, which is Vibrant and Emerald. So there are no more porters until Radiant. So gathering a ton of lustrous energy is kind of basically just for Signs of Life. Oh, I guess Portents of Restoration as well. Portents of Restoration are not something to be scoffed at. The thing is, would you just use the Rocktail one? You know what? Before we hand in the engrams, let's get the book. And we'll go test it in the Memorial to Guffix. I should probably make some urns as well, now that I'm thinking about it. Mind runes for divination urns. I'm not going to need many urns, so I'm going to do like 3 inventories of them. Oh yeah, I guess while we're working on this. Scripture of Elidinis. So, the way this thing works is basically that it spawns one of 4 souls. This works the same way as a big book. The first non-combat XP drop you get at the start of every minute has a 17% chance to spawn one of these souls. So you can kind of use what's it called? I know Cluers have this for the big book where it like tells you and lights up when the start of a minute is. So you can kind of track that you're about to get a soul on it. And that is relevant for these because they do different things. Lost Soul is basically just guide it. It's the simplest one. It gives the least XP. And guiding it, you basically just stand next to it. Unstable Soul is one that just teleports around. So again, that's one you just dive to. Lost Soul, just walk near it. Unstable Soul, just dive to it. Vengeful Soul starts chasing you, so you need to stay away from it. And then you go back and guide it when it calms down. And then a Mimicking Soul just copies your movement, but apparently it can't copy Surge and Dive. So you dive next to that one as well. And the XP they give is all based on your level because it's a percentage of a small XP lamp. So on average, it's 1 small XP lamp per proc, which at level 72 div is going to be 3.5k XP per proc. If you're getting a proc roughly every 6 minutes, you're getting 10 procs an hour. So another 35k XP an hour for using the book at level 72. It gets better at higher levels because at 99 you're getting 8.8k per proc, which I think works out to like 100k an hour. Wait, actually that math doesn't math. That'd be like 89k an hour. Unless the maths has been very rough on this, or the ghosts are a bit more frequent than they seem like they should be. How long did 86 Arch take? Did you follow a guide for it? Kind of, but kind of not. As for how long it took, I'd say like 2 weeks of it being my main focus. It took 2 weeks to go from 70 to 86, I believe. And Arch Restoration Guide. Is this the right page? Oh, well, there's a guide. It's I don't know if I would agree with this being a good way to do it. It's a very active way to do it. It is similar to what I did on Zappy. Once I got to 76, I did like 60 Green Gobos 1, but it wasn't to get to 83 and do this. It was, oh yeah, this is balls. Don't ignore this. This is a really inefficient way to get the blueprint fragments. I basically did, on Zappy I did this, and I did Green Gobos until basically like 90. Oh, also ads. I'll restart that yap after ads. Okay, people should be coming back from ads now. So the wiki kind of has a rough outline. I wouldn't necessarily do this. Green Gobos 1 requires a lot of caching. I think it's like, I did 60 Green Gobos 1s, and I had to cache about 4,000 materials. So like, unless you have porters and a Grace of the Elves, an auto screener, don't do this. I'm trying to find the wiki's actual good guide, because it has a good guide. Ah, this one. So this one shows you each spot and the number of artifacts needed from each spot. So I basically followed this, and it will keep you, like, you will be ahead of the levels for quite a bit of a while doing this. It will complete Zerosian 1, Zamorakian 1, Saradominist 1, and then you also complete the Centist and Dig Site. You also complete the Centist and Dig Site entirely. You can see I skipped a couple spots here because I was over-leveled. Once I hit 60, I basically just focused on the Centist and Dig Site and did everything at the Centist and Dig Site. And that got me to just below 70. And then at 70, I went and did this spot. From 70 onwards, it was basically do the most efficient spot. And by efficient spot, I mean a spot that gives you a low number of artifacts or materials. So 2 is ideal. But specifically, if it has 2 artifacts, one of those artifacts must be restored with the materials from the cache in the correct ratio. Because sometimes not cache, from the material spot in the correct ratio. Because sometimes a spot drops completely random garbage for no reason that doesn't restore the artifacts that come from that spot. Zamorak spots have this issue, if I remember rightly. So finding a spot where you can restore a bunch of these, like I've actually done all this, where you can restore a bunch of an artifact, or in this case, all of them, because this is the first Armadillo spot, these artifacts, this is the only spot you can gather from, right? So these artifacts only use the materials that come from this spot. So this is like perfect. Every material you're getting is turning into XP. And then you just figure out like which one is the most, like, out of the collection of artifacts you end up having, how do you restore the most of them using the materials you have? Which is generally just figure out if one uses a material that the others don't, restore that until you've used up that material, and then move on to the others. But I did the Armadillo 1 spot until 73, and then from 73 until 81, I did Dragonkin 5 collection. So that's this spot, and and this spot. And I did about 20 of them. But the reason why they're so good is because this is the first Dragonkin spot, which means it gives exactly the materials you need to restore these two things, and it also only has 2 artifacts, which means it's really easy if you end up like wanting to restore a load of Rings of Kinship because you got more of those materials. You will have a load more of them than if it was a free artifact spot, and it's exactly the same with this spot. It gives the materials that you need to restore the things that come from it. Not quite in the right ratio. It doesn't give enough Orphan Glass compared to Ancient Viz. Or not Ancient Viz. Oh, what's it called? The other purple one. The other purple Dragonkin material. It gives those in slightly the wrong ratio. But it's easily the best spot here. This spot sucks. The Green Gobbo's Goodies, like, the first of the 2 spots for Green Gobbo's Goodies 1. This sucks. All of these use vulcanized rubber and a lot of it. And the material spot gives 4 materials, and one of the materials isn't used in any of these 3. It also needs vellum, I believe, for one of these. Is it the whatever? No, that's the leather scrap. One of these needs vellum. There it is. This needs vellum, and this needs leather scraps, and the spot gives neither of those. Because this spot only gives 4 materials from the Warforge, and it gives literally all of them immediately. It gives Malachite Green, vulcanized rubber, and Mark of the Kaizaj, and Warforged Bronze. Those are the 4 materials it gives. All 4 of them are, like, it adds 4 materials on the first spot instead of, like, 2 or 3. Which means the entire spot is taken up with the new materials, and the generic materials that these need have to be cached. And also, they all use a ton of vulcanized rubber, but because it's a 4 material spot, you barely get any vulcanized rubber. So it's a terrible, terrible spot if you aren't willing to do a lot of caching. Did they nerf the Arch Dungeoneering tokens yet? No, they're going to be nerfing that when the Dungeoneering rework happens. Assuming they go through with it. But yeah. The Dragonkin 5 spot, beautiful. You come here, the spot gives you Dragon Metal and it gives you Compass Rose. The spot gives you Orgon and it gives you Orphan Glass. So you can restore all of these without doing any caching. So I did that to 81, and then at 81 is the point where this thing really starts to slow down. And at that point, I moved over to doing these guys, because the XP was starting to drop off at the 77 spot. So I moved over to doing the Ogre Kaizaj axe. Once you hit 80, you really want to be moving up spots as quick as you can, because the artifacts start getting like nearly 1,000 XP per couple levels for restores. So it's very much worth moving up as often as you can. So I ended up doing these because the spot that this Kaizaj comes from drops all 3 of these. Now, admittedly, not quite in the perfect ratio. It doesn't give as much Warforged Bronze. So you end up needing to cache just a little bit of Warforged Bronze. But I ended up caching the Warforged Bronze I needed while going for the key to get into the actual forge itself. So that kind of worked out. I did that until 84, when I went and did the same thing but with fishing tridents. Because again, the spot gives 4 materials, so not quite as good. But this, like, every fishing trident you got from the spot, you could pretty much instantly restore it. And then this one admittedly sucks because it needs Keramos and Clockwork. So you just end up doing fishing tridents. And then I did fishing tridents to 86. And that's not efficient in terms of chronotes because you're not completing collections towards the end of it. Like from 81 to 86, I didn't complete a single collection, which is bad for chronotes. But I'm going to disassemble a load of artifacts anyway for invention when I get ancient invention. So it's kind of fine to just have a stockpile of artifacts that you're not planning to hand in for collections, because you need the classic components. And the higher level the artifact, the more components you get for disassembling it. So I got 86 archaeology. I did it as AFK as possible. Oh yeah, I also picked spots that were like relatively close to deposit points. The dungeoneering, like the Demonheim dig site, was great for this. Both of them are literally just like a surge/dive away from the excavation point to the deposit point. Lovely. Warforge, a little less so. You had to run down some stairs. Not perfect, but it wasn't too far. The Saradomin spot, you had to cross an agility obstacle. Which was... Honestly, if the difference in XP between the Kaizaj sword and the fishing trident wasn't as much as it was, I probably would have just stayed at the 81 spot all the way to 86. Just because it was nicer for depositing. But, no, it really started to slow down. 81 to 86 was a multi-day grind. But yeah, that was my thought process behind doing it. And I guess I just pull back this clip and put this in the video, and that's my entire explanation of divination of dungeoneering done. Not dungeoneering, archaeology done. Speaking of Sarah, what kind of level/gear would you need to kill Zillion God Wars 1? I mean, you can do it with tier 70 Necro, probably a little higher in the other styles. The main thing you gotta be careful of is, she hits like a truck. Both her melee and magic attacks kinda hit like hell, and her minions are no slouches either, so expect to take quite a bit of damage. As melee, I mean, it depends. Smith gear, just take some Bainite swords and those will take care of her, no problem. You have so much arch to do, dear God. It is a lot. It is a lot, but like, I can't. I wouldn't. I don't know if I don't know if I'd want to do it again. Like, it was painful. And maybe not something I would necessarily suggest you go through without porters and without porters and the auto screener. Honestly, the screening isn't the problem. The soil isn't a problem. You could drop the soil, honestly, and you would be fine. The problem is once I got an Imkando Matok, your inventory fills up with materials so fast. And the higher level you get, the more stupid places the deposit points are in. So you end up just like wasting a load of time just running over an agility obstacle to bank your stuff. Which is like, that was the worst bit of it. Yo, what's up, Kage? How's you doing? Could probably do it pretty well in Guffins? Maybe. You don't like Arch, but Gate is so good. My problem is the difference between Arch with Grace of the Elves and Auto Screener and without those two things is such a chasmic gap in what the skill is. Like, it goes from a skill where you literally just click the spot and press spacebar every so often to acknowledge an artifact to literally, like, constant inventory management. And, like, calling it an AFK if you don't have auto screener and, what's it called? And porters is kind of a joke. Honestly, the highest auto screener does give you a load of materials for actually screening the soil. It is quite, like, when I started screening a bit of soil just to see what kind of rate you would get materials at, and I was getting about a material every 4 soil, that kind of made me realize just how much material the auto screener would have given me. because I now just have like 12,000 soil or something insane in the bank that it could have been 3,000 materials. But I'm hoping that the familiar might just have a scroll that I can spam to screen like an entire soil box worth of soil. Or something silly. But yeah, that's wishful thinking. I'm half expecting the familiar to just be an auto screener, kind of like the and work kind of like the, what's it called? The water fiend, where it's gonna auto screen soil, and it has a storage space that it puts the materials from screening that soil, and then you have to use the scroll to bank what's in its storage. That's what I'm expecting. I don't know if it's going to be that. Thanks for the 10 bitties trigger. Appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. You're watching Omid play PoE and it was giving you ideas? Oh, because you're fishing and thinking about ways to make endgame more fun. Huh. Yeah, PoE is, it's a lot, but it's a lot of individually good things. Did we get lucky on the Dragon Mattock? I think so. I did 60 big BGH. So I would say it's 1 in 101. So that's kind of spooned. Did we get the gate drop? We did get another gate drop today, yes. Why am I going to settings? We got a scripture of Elidinis today, which we are currently wearing, but I haven't toggled it on. So, oh yeah, I have a random urn from before because I was testing if urns worked at gate. They do not. MP loving the content, thank you very much. Appreciate to hear that. Okay, can we just jump straight down here, or do we need to talk to someone in spacebar? Nope, we can just jump straight down. Core memory's missing. This is just a quick tutorial. And he gives us the first memory bot. So this one's quite nice. This memory bot is quite nice because it gives us a second engram that we can activate before 95 div. So the way the engrams work is you can activate up to like 4 of them, but initially you can only activate 1. And the way you get more activations is by prestiging the system, which is I do not need this many jars. I actually need an empty inventory space. You lost my train of thought now. You have to gather all the engrams, activate them all, which means you need access to every tier of energy, which either means killing Telos or getting 95 div, your choice. And then once you've handed all the engrams in, you can hand them all in again, which is the second prestige, and then again. And each time it costs more memory strands, but obviously you're getting XP for doing it, so it's fine. One nice thing is we're going to be getting memory strands from doing this, like from doing the Hall of Memories. So we can just get a bunch of memory strands from here, then go get the energy to restore the engrams and just hand them in. I think the way of doing... This is going to sound horrible, but the way of doing divination past 70 without doing dunge div is actually to... Oh, hang on, I need to delete one of these. I need a spot for my Blessing of Recollection to put memory shards in. Any tips on smithing? It's 68, you need 80 for invention. The way I like to do smithing is by just making inventories of boots. So you only upgrade to the next tier of metal when You only upgrade to the next tier of metal when you can make that metal at full heat. So I only upgraded to necronium or necrate. Well, no, necronium is the right metal. I only upgraded to necronium when I hit 76 smithing. Because until then, orichalcum was the highest thing I could make at max heat. And that turns the smithing part of it into a super AFK process. Where you just like, I literally just had it on my phone, just on my desk or on the sofa next to me. And I would just full inventory and go and just leave my phone just running. And it would finish before auto logging. But yeah, it was just a super AFK process. It's like basically the kind of thing I would consider like 0 time progress, where you're not actually putting any time into it because you're doing something else and doing something else to the point of basically not playing the game. The mining part of it, I can't really help you with. It just sucks. Do Mechanars for some... Wait, does Mechanars drop stone spirits? Are spirit seeds the best herbs to farm at Wildy Patch? I mean, if you were gonna pick a best one, it'd probably be bloodweed, since you can't grow that anywhere else. But there's no real difference between the Wildy Patch and other patches other than it becomes disease-free when you've done enough diaries. And that it can grow bloodweed. For GP? Oh, I have no idea. If I were to hazard a guess, like this is a guess. There's probably a calculator on the wiki for it now, thinking about it. But if I were to hazard a guess, Marintals would probably be the best. Let's actually look. What on earth? What page did you take me to? You took me to a generic money-making guide when I typed in herb run. I don't know, let's say like 60 farming. Probably have the scroll of life. If you're using it to make money. I mean, yeah, you just need to zoom out a bit. I mean, yeah, just pick the one here with the highest net profit, I guess. Oh yeah, you're probably going to have the magic sectors. Those are easy to get. Yeah, Marintal seems alright. Aralander's fine. Spiritweed's decent. Qualms are good. And then, yeah. I mean, these are all kind of the same. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Spiritweed is one of the best. Beaten out by Qualm, just about. I mean, it depends how much, what's it called? It depends how many upgrades you have. Because if the herb is really expensive and the seed is really expensive, then getting more seeds per, or more herbs per seed is a bigger impact on the more expensive ones than the cheaper ones. So like getting more, what is a good example? Herb price. Like getting more Ranars is less useful than getting more spirit weeds. And say like Arbucks as well. Getting more Arbucks will be bigger profit, because if you're only getting an average yield of 4.5, then the seed is taking a big chunk out. But if you can get this yield per seed up to like 8 or something, then the profit per Arbuck seed goes way up. Oh yeah, I didn't click super compost. You should definitely be super composting. It's super free, right? Still looks like spirit weeds are good. Qualm's still good. Arbuck's starting to catch up. So yeah, you can see the more expensive herbs, the more of this stuff you're ticking, the more the expensive herbs are going to be better than the cheaper ones. Also, I missed the soul because I don't have alt 1 set up to alert me of these procs, so I shouldn't really be looking at web pages while doing it. There's the lustrous one. AFK Warden. I'm definitely not doing archaeology. Wait. Did they not bother putting like a scripture of BIC option in, but for... Yeah, for as good as alt 1 is, it's not very good at being updated, huh? No chance I could just take this and... I could just add the and add all the lines of text from the wiki. There we go. So what are the other ones? A lost soul appears nearby. A mimicking soul appears. And I'm gonna put a shorter one for the vengeful soul. How do I make it read red? Also, you see what I mean about how this is not that AFK? These move so often. Alt 1 will read letters incorrectly. Oh boy. Yeah, I forget about that. Anyway, reload. Have you have spotted my chat? Good. Okay, I don't have what's it called? There we go. See, we just got a 5k XP drop for surging at a... Like, a 5k XP drop is about as much as handing in one of these memory jars. Yeah, I need to set the, what's it called? I need to set the red, which it's not the same red as... Wait, what the heck? Can't even capture that red correctly. Okay. I don't know how to tell it what the red, or I don't know what the red RGB code is for this little message. Wait, actually, can I pick it? Can I color pick it? I mean, I guess I'll just wait for it to happen, and then I'll grab it then. I mean, you probably want different sounds for different souls, because the one that chases you probably needs you to react a bit quicker than the other ones. Well, can't wait for the plugin API, huh? Although the plugin API will still need someone to actually make the said plugin. So if no one makes a scripture of a Elidinis tracker, the only way you're making it yourself is by coding it up yourself. I mean, someone will probably make something like this that can just read the chat box better, because the chat box will probably be available as a direct text feed rather than screen capping it. If it's anything like old school, we have a smaller player base, which means a smaller amount of people that know how to program. Oh, thank you very much. I don't know where you found that, but it's very useful. It still shows as white, but I'm assuming that will change if I close and reopen it. Yeah. You have your own preset for them? Ah. You become an RS-free AI coder? Yeah, I guess I could get my I guess I could get a personal Claude license and just tell it make this thing as an RS-free plugin. And leave it to run for like 10 days, and then surely it will figure it out on its own. And I could just keep editing videos while it does. So the reason why text reading is wonky in Alt 1 is because Alt 1 has font files for the fonts that are used in the game. And then it will basically just capture an image of your chat box and use that font file to turn the content of the chat box into a string, and then check that string for whether or not it contains your current string. Like the string you're trying to match on, is my understanding. I mean, I'm assuming it will do it like line by line rather than the whole thing in one match, and that's how it knows that when the string is changed because there's a new line under it, the old one is still, what's it called? The old line that previously procced the alert is still there. Also, memory strands don't seem to come in that fast doing this. Used AI to make an extension for Entity Hider? If you're talking about a bolt launcher plugin, then I would avoid those. There hasn't been an official statement on them, but they they stink kind of like the thing that's not really accepted. Okay, we're almost done with the memory storage bot. So we'll finish off the memory storage bot, dunk the memory jars. We haven't been very lucky on Elidinis procs. I mean, I did miss one because I was looking at the wiki. You added a sorter for level so you can set combat level to only see between combat level X and Y. I'm assuming this is a RuneLite plugin, not a sus RS3 plugin. I mean, technically, aren't you allowed to run whatever you could code up yourself in RuneLite as long as it's not actual automation? Automation is probably where they would draw on the line. How's the memory storage bot? Boom, 10k XP, and we can now get a second engram active, which when we get to 80 divination will be the pickpocketing engram, which gives us these little memory shards when we pickpocket stuff. And these are lovely because you can turn these into porters. This is the Sign of Porter 4 is the most efficient ratio of memory shards to porter charges. So that's the one I usually use, but it's they're pretty rough to use pre what's it called? Okay, so you click it to stabilize it, and then you click it to guide it when it's an unstable one. You were gonna use it in Bounty Hunter on Yorobi Mula? I can see why you'd not do that. Also, if you just go to these faded memories, they literally just like one-click AFK for 15 minutes. Because that might end up being what I do in work tomorrow. No, they aren't. Curses. But they are really good in terms of AFK or XP, because I don't remember them being good XP. I just kind of want to get 80 div, and I mean, I don't know if this is actually going to be that much faster than doing gate. Also, just sitting Core Hunters FC. Oh wait, did they do stuff outside of parties? I just assumed they were. Last name entered hardcore Iron Man crit. Yeah, that is a much too long name. Wait, does it have a space in it? I don't think it has a space in it. I mean, that's just a Discord code. Oh yeah, this thing is super useful, by the way. This little drop down I've got here is called Sizer. And it lets me set RS to be in exactly the same position on my monitor at exactly 1920 by 1080. So that when I'm... Because like if I move this around, right, you can... Like, I'd have to get it in exactly the same pixel perfect position every time, but that's what this does. Absolutely incredible little piece of software. Yeah, I need... So, what I'm doing here, exactly, other than just getting Divination XP, which we'll mostly be getting when we hand in these memory jars, is I need these memory strands, and I think I need about 1,000 of them. Oh, that's Radiant. I always do this. I mix up Radiant and Lustrous when I'm low level. Yeah, I think I need about 1,000 of these. Oh yeah, this is a fun little discontinued item. Car guy, if you're still around. The Wand of Treachery. So we need these 7. And they take 220, 180, that's 400. Plus 360, we need 760. So we need 760 memory strands and a little bit of lustrous energy. And then we can restore the next set of engrams. And each one of these will give us a big drop in XP when we hand it in. Oh yeah, I need to update that goal. We're at 5 out of 8 on the gate log. We're missing Dowser, Eclipse Soul, and Pet now. Wait, it says 4 out of 7. I can't count. Okay, we are at 4. It's just out of 7. What did I miscount? Because the law book is there. What did I add? I think I just literally made a mistake when adding it up in my head. Because there's 4 uniques, book, pet, and the ball sack. Yeah, between getting memory strands, which I'll be honest, I expected to get these a bit quicker. I'm now understanding why there's a memory bot perk that gives you more of them. Because these are real slow. I wonder if they're slower than gathering at an actual colony. Because when you gather at a colony, I feel like you get them quicker than this. You don't get them as quick as you get the energy to do the restoration. I feel like you get them quicker than this. Wait, actually, do you get them at all pre-getting the... What's it called? The storage bot. Oh wait, yeah, this is the Memorial to Guffix. I need the Hall of Memories. Increased memory strand. Increases all memory strand gains by 5. And it works outside of... Okay. So no, I guess just bad luck for now. Also, going near these recollection butterflies is how you get this buff to get memory shards. Oh yeah, I can't really. What's it called? I can't really hide this. Hide the game chat because then the alt one thing won't work. Although the proc rate on this book is a lot less frequent than I was expecting. Like, considering the XP rates the wiki was claiming when using this book, I was expecting it to be going off about 10 times an hour. And I'm not really seeing that. Yeah, the proc chance shouldn't be based on the size of the XP drop. Because it literally is just a 17% chance on the first XP drop every minute. Which means on average you should get a proc every like 6 minutes or so. Wait, actually 6 minutes pretty much exactly. Well, not every 6 minutes because it's a chance, right? But 17 times 6 is 102. Is what I'm getting at. So on average, every 6 minutes. So I feel like we've seen fewer than we should have. I should probably be picking up the core fragments. Okay, they do stack. I am surprised that it's not proccing more frequently. Is there anything I didn't read that maybe explains this? Oh, well, this is a nice little XP event to get when you're on your own. Although, why are they invisible? Like, the actual model is invisible. It's just the little, like, blue glow that it has that you can see. Yeah, getting this to happen in a world where you're on your own is real nice. I don't think this is adding to the divination urns when I get XP from these. Divination urns seem really strict. Like, really strict. It's literally just getting XP from, like, from core methods that it works on. Like, it doesn't work at gate, it doesn't work on these. Yeah, I handed in the ones that were needed to be handed in for logs, and the rest are just in the bank waiting to be, what's the word? The rest are just in the bank waiting to be disassembled when we get invention. Also, those memory jars do not get handed in for that much XP at this level. I could have swore each one was like 6k XP. I was getting 3.5k just then. I'm assuming it scales with level? Is it set? At 85 divination using decorated divination earns full diviner's outfit, and using your clan avatar habitat. 130k XP an hour can be expected. That's one thing I wish the wiki would kind of standardize on, is just reporting base rates on stuff instead of with clan avatar and like various different unlocks. Well, that was a soul spawn, but it was like the baby soul that gives the least XP. At least one spawn, so I know the book's still working. Oh no, it is 3400 XP per jar. Why have I got a number of like 6,000 stuck in my head? Oh, duh, because the last time I did this was on double XP when it was double XP core parties. That's why I'm thinking of 6,800 as the XP drop, because that's what it is doubled. Easy escape, yeah. I mean, every time I've done divination on a GIM, I've done, or on an iron of any description, I've done enough of this to... Also, that lost soul nearby is not being picked up. Oh, yeah, it is capturing it as an eye. No, it's still not capturing it. Oh. Is it because of the timestamps? Does it not work with timestamps? How do I turn those off? No, it's still not wanting to work. Is text the correct size? It's being picked up here. Oh. The second L. I didn't change that to an I. Nope. Apparently not. Oh, does it not want the... What's it called? Nope, it's still not picking it up. Oh, okay, now it's not reading anything in my chat box. Well, if anyone wanted a TLDR of why, even though we have Alt 1, people really want the plugin API, this is pretty much it. Wait, there's a core party on 67? Dang it, I should have checked the Discord. There's a core party going on for a few hours. Well, put your feet up. There's a core party going on until 1 a.m. GMT. Okay, we got a 3-hour core party. What convenient timing, huh? This is World 67. Yeah, World 67. Should I put a little text thing on stream saying saying what this is? This is POG XP? I don't know about that. It's good XP. It's good XP though. You need 70 divination to come here, by the way. Just to squash any what's it called? Make sure people don't waste their time if they don't have that. Also 539 of those memory strands. I actually need more than what I said I needed because I want to restore the restore this one as well, which needs another 240. And I said I needed 760, so I do need 1,000. I need 1,000 memory strands. You're 81, so you can. Nice, nice. Yeah, 3 hours of very chill, good XP. And if I can get the scripture of it, if I can get 1 to work. Oh, cool. Okay, I don't know what I changed, but apparently now it's not triggering an audio alarm though. Oh, it just was weirdly delayed. So I need to change all the L's to I's. None of the engram powers make a difference here. That's actually a good point. So the benefits of the engrams are the first one, which you get stuck with, which is actually a downgrade, I will point out, is that you get HCIM butterflies instead of chronicle fragments. But chronicle fragments give like a big burst of div and hunter XP, and HCIM butterflies just give a tiny bit of XP in your lowest skill. The Elder Sword one, this is the one that makes DG div work. You get 4 times the XP doing div in Demonheim. The checking hunter traps has a chance to yield memory shards. Yeah, that would have been great if I'd remembered to activate that when we went for the red chin in the POF. Planting seeds has a chance to yield memory shards. I've had this on for a bit now. This one boosts a spring duration by 30 seconds, which is nice, makes div a little more AFK. Divine locations give more XP but yield no items. Huh. That should probably be updated. I don't know if they have updated it or no, doesn't need to be transparent. If anything, I found that it was less, like when it was the blue UI, I found that it was less reliable when it was transparent. Chronicle fragments empower a creator twice as fast. That one's kind of whatever. You either have so many people there that it doesn't matter, or you don't have enough people to do this. If you click every time you get an XP drop, you get XP drops like twice as fast. I know about 2-ticking, but I have RSI issues. So if I 2-tick this for 3 hours, I'm going to be in agony tomorrow. So I'd much rather do it chill. That's another reason I didn't want to do DG div. I 2-tick when I do DG div, I 2-tick the gathering of energies, because you kind of need to make it worth the effort. Yeah, it's I don't think, I mean, it's worth it it's worth it in terms of like XP an hour, but if you have like spring chicken limbs, I do not. I'm getting old and grumpy. Converting memories has a small chance to spawn an additional wisp. Wait. Isn't that different than what it used to be? Wait. This one's the one we, an unstable soul. Yoink. Well, it worked. So this is the one we care about. This is the one we unlock at level 80 div. So at 80 div, we not only get invention, but somehow pickpocketing gets even better. And starts giving us memory shards as well as everything else. So once we get 80, we'll be activating this and the planting seeds one. Fire spirits from firemaking are upgraded to divine fire spirits that give divination XP, divine energy, and divine energy products. That's 85 div. If I have 85 div by the time I do firemaking for Lord of Empyreum, I want to say. Is it Lord of Empyreum that needs the firemaking? But either way, if I do firemaking training and I have this, I'll bother to turn it on. If not, then Divine eggs may appear instead of birds' nests while woodcutting. I'm assuming that's a negative. I'm assuming that can overwrite an Imcando piece, so we'll not be doing that. I don't know for sure, though. Ah, this disables the chance of getting fragments of the Imcando hatchet. Ah, ha, ha. Yeah, don't use that. Don't use that until you've got your Imcando hatchet, I guess. And then the benefits from fully completing and fixing cache will be bottled for later use. Yeah, that's less useful now, isn't it? So the one that we care about is pickpocketing, potentially the fire spirits one, and planting seeds. Checking hunter traps would have been great, but I already did all my hunting with traps, at least for now. Will this get me from 75 to 80? That is a question. A question I'm kind of interested in too, actually. It is good XP though. I'm glad we made these divination urns, because we might end up using them all. Might end up using them all doing this. I guess I'm not going to bed till 1 a.m. Well, I best go sort myself out, use the restroom real quick, and what's it called? Use the restroom real quick, grab a drink. I suggest you all do the same. Actually, while I go and do that, I'm gonna be smart for a change and remember to go to Twitch, go to my dashboard, and I'm gonna remember to press the send ads button. Apparently I'm not allowed to manually run ads right now, I guess. I can't, they're gonna run in 20 minutes time and I can't run them now to to disable that, so rip. Yeah, teleport is on, auto teleport is on the div urns. Good night, heading to bed, happy escaping. Good night, Haraby, thank you for being here, dude. Anyway, I'm gonna go sort myself out. One sec. Okay, I'm back. Let's close my own mug on the other monitor. So I've got a drink. I have some snacks. Should we do some shiny hunting? I guess. So geez, how the hell did this get so dusty? I know I've been kicking up dust today. Where? Ugh. I had never bothered getting the dock out for this because I've just been playing it in handheld mode. Which means I also have no idea where the HDMI cable that came with it is. Okay. My capture card isn't even plugged in. Huh. Also, the PS5's HDMI cable should be good enough. Oh, that's plugged into my computer, not a power adapter. That'll be why. Where is the power adapter? It should be... one of these. There it is. Now I just gotta remember which one. Oh, no, that wasn't it. Goodbye, second monitor. Wait, so that means it was... Yes. No idea. Also, what soul spawned? Just the baby soul. I haven't seen a mimicking soul yet, so I'm wondering if they are actually evenly distributed in proc chance, but my sample size is so tiny I can't really say either way. Also, I wasn't expecting to be AFKing anything today, so that's why this is very impromptu. There we go. Okay, so that's plugged in. I need to plug the capture card in. Which should be fine with that USB port. Give it a sec to actually boot up. What's this? I'm doing a core party for divination with added scripture of Elidinis goodness. And I'm setting up my Switch 2 for some... Oh wait, this is the mimicking one. Where is it? There we go. 5k div XP for free. Huge. Penguin Powers, thank you very much for the follow. And Mr. Herbies. Hang on, I've seen your name around. Loads, Mr. Herbies. Finally getting around to pressing that follow button, I see. Hope you're both doing well. What's a core party? So, the best way... The quickest way to get XP at the Hall of Memories is these like is these big memories in the middle, and you get those by putting these core memory fragments on these plinths. And a core party is basically where people in the core hunting FC have saved up a stupid stack of these and just send them over and over again. This one's going on for like another 3 hours or something. If you're doing Dungeoneering div, it's probably not that interesting to you. But I'm not doing Dungeoneering div, so this is great. Also, it's super AFK. I have seen a mimicking, it was my first. Oh, was it the one I missed when I was looking at the wiki? God dang it. 1 second, I'm gonna turn off the overlay. The only thing you're missing is Alt 1 for now. But I need to sort out my capture card. A soul has spawned. What? I mean, that procced off the spawn from earlier. So, window capture. Come on. Why still no signal? $82 div, huge. Another lost soul. More free div XP, don't mind if we do. Also, my capture card just seemed to straight crash for some reason. It was working for a second, and then now it's... Oh, I see. Okay, so if I want to see it myself, I'm gonna have to do this via window capture. I do not want to configure HDR, thank you. Oh god, I need to somehow turn this down. I don't know if you guys are getting the audio, but I wish I wasn't. It's very loud. And yes, I am soft resetting a starter instead of RNG manipping it. I've considered swapping to RNG manipping. Are you guys getting the audio? No. This is one really nice thing about doing this on the Switch is you literally just have to hold like one Joy-Con. If he's going for 95 div, he probably an iron. Also, the colors look super washed out on the capture card for some reason, or like way brighter, I guess. That's probably the not having enabled HDR thing, or maybe HDR is on when it shouldn't be. I mean, the colors do look a bit wonky, I'm not gonna lie. Almost wouldn't be able to tell the squirtles are shiny at this rate. You're enjoying Iron more than main lately? I mean, yeah. I don't think I'll ever be able to like actually play a main as a main. Iron just always ends up being more fun. It's the goal/achievement aspect, isn't it? It's just that once you've done like all the, what's it called? Oh, the other Joy-Cons connected, so the, man, 12 special attack modest is always a bad feel to reroll. But on a main, it always just, once you've got like the main untradables done, like you've got your Arc Relics, you've got Extinction done, so you've got the passive Ring of Vigor. Like once you've done all that stuff right, everything else is basically just buyable. So you basically just get the gear to do Zambi, and then you spam Zambi until you have best in slot everything. It's kind of like why I've got no interest in doing a, like, you'd think I'd really enjoy doing a like rebuild series on YouTube. But the problem is, it's interesting for like, I don't know, like 5 hours? And then after 5 hours, you've got the gear to kill Zami at a low enrage. So you go kill Zami at a low enrage, and then you get some good common loot, which you then sell to get the gear to kill Zami at a higher enrage. And then you do that until you get a unique, which then lets you upgrade your gear so you can kill Zami at a higher enrage quicker. And you see the problem. Or you group it and do a mascot instead. That's basically like the optimal way to do like a rebuild beyond the first few hours. And the problem is that it's not like it's a small amount of doing Zami either. You end up doing it a lot. And even when you get a PVM upgrade, or you finally, work on that upgrade you wanted, it's like, cool, now what can I do? I could push my Zami enrage up by like another 100%. And then you look at how much GP per hour that is and whether or not it taking a little longer to maybe kill it is. Well, I mean, going from 500 to 600 is not going to be that much. You get the idea, right? It's just everything's measured in GP per hour, and the impact of an upgrade isn't really felt unless you're like going for PBs or bosses and stuff. Like you have to really go out of your way to feel the impact of an upgrade. Also, at least if I accidentally reset over a shiny, there's now video proof of it. Oh yeah, I don't need to worry about what's it called? I don't need to worry about butchering my stream VOD because I'm recording this scene in the background. So anything I add to like just have on top while we play is isn't in the recordings. But yeah, like Iron is way more like, it's less, oh, I want to get this upgrade. And it's a whole lot like, I want to do this. If I want to do that, what do I need to do before I can do that? And it's a very different approach to things. You're much more focused on what content can I unlock than like how much money can I make. But yeah, I think old school has a much better main gameplay loop now that I think about it. Because of the power you have in defensives, a lot of later game bosses, assuming you have the stats and at least some modicum of gear and you have codices unlocked, if you do like a rebuild in RS3, you have so much power just baked into your character now that like if you just buy a tier 90 setup, you could probably just go kill whatever boss you want. Except to mask it, because you won't get in a team unless you've got like a group of friends that just do it for funsies, because you'll be not doing Giga Optimum damage. Which is like a fair thing. Like if people are doing a group boss to farm money, they're gonna want to bring people that are gonna kill the boss as quick as possible. It isn't bad that you can get porters. Yeah, you can get porters from the memory shards. That's why the what are they called? That's why the engrams are so useful. They don't just give you like they don't just give you a bunch of XP. They what's the word? They also give you more ways to get more memory shards, which means more porters. And just like quicker porters as well. It's quicker to make porters with these memory shards than to go and get the necklaces and energy and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, once you've restored the engrams and handed them in, you can activate their passive effects. The most useful ones are like just getting memory shards from different activities. I think the fire spirits one might end up being good. I don't really know. I've not tested it before. Normally I end up doing fire making way before having 85 div. Keep trying to call it archaeology. The 86 archaeology grind has damaged me. Just broken something. Well, welcome back from the ads, everyone. Surprisingly, still no shiny. I should probably actually learn how to... What's it called? I should probably actually learn how to RNG manip this thing. Because if you RNG manip your starter, you also learn your secret ID in the process. How many resets? I've not been tracking. I have not been tracking hard resets, but what I probably can do... Apparently I've been doing this for 25 hours. I'm assuming I haven't been resetting for 25 hours. So let's say I've been... I wouldn't even say 80% efficient, because it's probably spent a bit of time just running on my desk. Let's say half of that has been actively resetting. It's like 12, 13 hours, and it's like 120 resets an hour or something. So, not that many. Actually, no, I've definitely been doing it for more than 12 hours. I was doing it basically the entire time I was doing archaeology. It probably is, like, the 20 hours is probably closer to, like, in that case, 2,400 resets. It would be quicker to learn the RNG manip for it, for sure. But, like, I don't know. This might sound really stupid because it's literally just a different colored piece of pixel art. But RNG manipping it feels... It feels like cheating, even though it's literally not. Like, you're not using a glitch, you're not abusing a bug, you're not, like, cheating it into the game. You're literally just... You're trading out the, like... You're trading out the grindiness of it for the building up the skill of doing... what's it called? You're building up the skill of doing... Not even tick perfect, because it's like 17 milliseconds or something per seed or something that it... When you're resetting, it's like quarter tick perfect. You don't understand how, from a programming standpoint, RNG... So... The RNG in these games is based on a seed. And a given seed that has advanced a certain number of... So basically, when you boot up the game, you end up with a seed. Based on, like, the time of the console and stuff, I imagine. Actually, no. In this case, it's not based on the time of the console. It's based on how long the game's been running when you hit A on the press start screen. That is when your seed is set. And it's the time, how long the game's been running. So when I'm doing this and soft resetting the game, that is not giving me a new seed, it's just continuing to advance my current one. So the way people RNG manip is they control what seed they start with by controlling how much time is between the emulator starting and the game starting in the emulator, because this is all running on a GBA emulator on the Switch, right? So they control how long go from when you start the game to when the seed is determined, so that they know what seed they're on. And then based on what's it called? Then it's based on number of advancements. So there's an initial seed, and then that seed advances, I believe it's twice every 17 milliseconds or something. I can't remember the exact thing, but all I know is that there's some wonkiness with the Switch versions, because the Switch versions believe they have access to a wireless adapter, which kind of screwed with the RNG on the GBA games. But yeah, so you know how long from when you first start the emulator to when you press A on the press start screen, and that sets your initial seed. And then you want to advance that seed to the point where the frame that you take your starter, that seed with that number of advancements will always give you a specific starter with a specific set of IVs, a specific nature, a specific shiny status. So there is no true randomness in these games. It's all based on a pseudo-random number generator, and that seed is just set based on how long since the game started running. So what you will do is there's other things that set your seed. Your trainer ID is involved in it. Your secret ID that you don't know is involved in whether or not something is shiny, I believe. I don't know if it impacts the IVs or anything. I think it's just the shininess when it comes to starter hunting. I don't know the perfect amount about the details. But you basically use an online calculator. You put your what's it called? You put your trainer ID in. You do a bunch of stuff with the initial setup of the... You do a bunch of stuff based on the... Like, there's a bunch of stuff you do at initial startup, like when you're actually, like, naming your rival and stuff. And that's, like, where I start, like, losing actual knowledge and start going into guessing. Pretty sure your trainer and SID are determined by the seed, not the other way around. I mean, they're set based on the seed at a given point in the game, right? Because your trainer ID doesn't change, but every time you boot the game, the base seed can change. So basically, what RNG manips, people doing RNG manips will do is they will keep, like, closing the game completely, booting up the game, then stalling the start of the game until the emulator's completely, what's the word? Completely... I want to say warmed up, but that's not exactly the right word. Basically, so that there's no variance in how long it takes the emulator in the Switch to actually start up. The seed is determined at the very beginning and it isn't changed per save file? There's definitely a base seed every time you start the game. Because when you're doing, because when you're actually doing the RNG manip hunt, there's 3, like, frame perfect inputs you have to do. One is to set the seed, and then one is to advance the correct number of, like, RNG advancements, which is not exactly 1 per frame. Sometimes it's 1 per frame, sometimes it's 2, depending on if you're in the overworld or not or something. So you need to press A at the correct time on the press start screen, which sets the seed of the instance. And instance isn't the right word, but that basically sets your seed. Oh, that's why it's free. Because you set the seed with the first one by pressing A on this screen. And then it's a certain number of frames on the continue screen, followed by a certain number of overworld frames. Because each of those impact the advancements differently. Like when you're in the overworld, you're advancing 2 RNG. Or 2 like seed advancements per frame, whereas when you're in the continue/new game menu, it's just 1. So you have to do like 3 frame perfect inputs, and even then, doing that once doesn't guarantee you a starter because you still need to figure out what your secret ID is. So what you need to do is you need to basically need to pick a secret ID based on some stuff with when you're actually setting your name, setting your rival's name, and you want to basically have that be a perfect number of frames. And then you're probably going to be a bit off either earlier or later. So you'll basically set your secret ID as if you had got it perfect, and then you'll shiny hunt your starter. And if you end up getting a starter that is one that should be shiny, but it isn't shiny, like the nature, the IVs, and all that kind of stuff match what should be shiny and it's not shiny, that just means you got the wrong secret ID. So you then need to pick a different secret ID. Like you either go back to or go forward to. And you try it, and then you do it again. And eventually, if you keep going through that process, you get a shiny starter. And then you also find out what your secret ID is, because the secret ID you use when you get the shiny starter is the secret ID that you have. And then you can use that secret ID for later RNG manips at like legendary birds and stuff. Which is why it's technically valuable to RNG manip the starter instead of just soft resetting like this. But this is less brain power. Is the seed RNG? I don't know exactly how it works for wild shiny, but you can basically do it for any static encounter. Later on during the game, it's a lot easier to reverse engineer your seed. Yeah, the main thing is just the main thing with RNG manipping is being able to count the number of frames. That is the main thing, or RNG advancements. As long as you know what seed you're loading in with, you know what your IDs are, then you use something called the tool I think is called Eon Timer. People use for this. Remember back in Gen 4 there was software you could just input your starting frame. Oh, we got a mimicking soul. Where is it? There it is. Those mimicking souls feel like cheating with the with dive tech. Yeah, I think there are those kind of tools for Fire Red Leaf Green. They've had to kind of remake some of them for the Switch because all the ones that were done in like MGBA and stuff were, you know, based on just the base semi-baseline game performance. Some emulators get this way wrong, so some of them behave wonky. But MGBA, all the Fire Red Leaf Green stuff was based on there not being a wireless adapter plugged in because MGBA didn't emulate that. And the Switch does because the Switch has a wireless antenna in it. I'm assuming they just use that and like emulate it being the wireless adapter. Is there any RNG manip in RS3? I mean, unless they're doing boss drop rates with a wall of lava lamps, there is definitely some seeding going on. And if there's seeding going on and it's based on like times or this, that, or the other, then there's 100% a way to manipulate it. The problem is it depends how many variables are used. Because it's all down to the like when it calls. Like, basically, when you kill a boss, there is a call in the back end that says, give me a random number between 1 and whatever the top index is of the boss's drop table. That give me a random number function call is not really random. It's something called pseudo-random, which basically, if you give a pseudo-random number generator the same seed and call it 3 times, you will get the same 3 numbers. Like, if you give it the same seed, you will get the same numbers in the same order. So you need to keep changing the seed to keep getting random numbers. So if you figure out how that seed is determined, then that's how you start abusing it. Good luck at dinner time. Enjoy. But yeah, the soft resetting approach is literally just brute forcing. You're just soft resetting with no rhyme or reason until you land on a frame that happens to be a shiny. There's no way to improve it other than reset faster. Or just do your resets faster. Whereas if I was RNG manipping, we'd be shutting down the game, boot up the emulator, go to the home menu so that the emulator can fully initialize. And then we'd be starting a timer that we would start the same time we load back into the game. And we'd be pressing the A button 3 times at specific times. As well as spamming through all this stuff, as usual. And then we'd be checking the nature of the Squirtle we get. We'd be inputting his stats into an IV calculator to try and find out what his IVs are. Or her. Most of the time it's a he. I think it's like 85 to 15 male to female starters. And we'd be figuring out what IV it is. So we'd be figuring out exactly what Squirtle we got. And that would tell us if we were late setting the seed, if we had done too many advancements. So if you RNG manip, you can get a shiny starter in a couple hours instead of days or weeks. Like I said, it basically trades the grindiness of it for skill, because hitting like 3 frame perfect advancements. I mean, this is gonna look really wonky for a second, but like if I display capture, like this is what I'm playing on right now. I'm playing through my OBS viewfinder. There is no chance I'm getting frame perfect inputs. But yes, if you're good at it, like if you learn how to do it and you get good at it, good timing, you can get a shiny on average way quicker. Obviously, soft resetting, you could get a shiny in like 2 hours, just out of pure chance. But if you think about, like, if it's 120 resets an hour, so do 8192 over 120, and that's how many hours on, like, that's how many hours someone would have to do this to see to hit the rate of a shiny. So it's definitely a lot quicker to RNG manip. Also, these 12 special attack modest Squirtles, getting rid of those is just real sad. Those guys have decent IVs, a good nature. There's certainly still PID in RS3. I don't know if PID plays into. I mean, I don't know who knows anything about RS3's RNG. I wonder if any of the devs still know how it works. But yeah, this is pretty much what I've been doing when I have something AFK to do in RS3. I'm either editing or I've been resetting for Squirtle recently. Wait, why is my cursor not captured? Huh. My cursor isn't captured when I use... Oh. Oh, my cursor isn't captured when the... Wait, no, it is. What? Nope, no, it's not. So when the game's not in focus, my cursor isn't... Do I have a macro soft resetting? No, I'm just using the Joy-Con. Makes a nice little fidget toy. I haven't bought any custom controllers for the Switch or Switch 2. We have a couple of the Switch Pro controllers, but nothing with like a macro function or anything. I'm pretty sure people have been RNG manipping with like an 8-bit dough. Is that the right brand? There's like a controller where you can set up a macro and set times between button presses and stuff. Almost 10 jars ready to drop. We're approaching 12, which is pretty nice. I mean, 12 jars at 3.5k XP. is not quite enough to get us to 74, but slowly getting there. I mean, we've also got divination urns as well, right? I forgot urns because I don't know how many are gonna proc. Actually, I guess it's just plus 20%. So 3.5k times 12. No, 3,400, sorry, times 12 is 4,800 plus 36,000. So 40,800 plus 20% is like 49,000 XP that we're going to get if we dunk 12. How are we doing on memory strands? Slow but steady. Remember, we need 1,000 of these things. And once we get up to 78 divination, we can, what's it called? Once we get up to 78 divination, we can banner boost. Go get the radiant energy needed for, you can go get the radiant energy needed for the thieving. Words are hard. Engram, the thieving engram. And we can also do the next storage bot as well. I don't know if you can do the storage bots via these things in the middle, but there's no chance we're getting 78 by the end of this core party. I mean, on average, each one of those, each time our book procs, it's like, on average, that we're depositing a memory jar. That's how good the book procs are. The problem is they only proc 10 an hour. There. They do get better with level as well. They actually scale quite aggressively when we start getting towards 99. I'm assuming there's some wisdom about not using them below certain levels or something. But, I mean, when it comes to using them on Herblore, the XP per hour of using the book isn't going to be very good, but I'm... like, the ability to basically create Herblore XP out of nothing. Hi.
Yeah, I know. I can.
Yeah, we're trading some divination because there's a core party going on. So I was like, oh, what am I doing while I just chill and do divination? I can shiny hunt through my OBS. How are you? Tired? I'm assuming you want to go sleep then. Helium, 11 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to sleep, but you're sleepy.
Why not?
Apparently Gig doesn't want to sleep, but she's tired.
Cranky.
Why are you cranky?
Cranky.
Why are you cranky, Gig?
See people, I don't want to.
So you can fix this problem.
No.
But you can.
No.
You just don't want to.
No.
Why not? Also, more Doris?
Sleep.
Apparently Doris is sleeping too. Never mind, she's heard her name. Princess has been awoken.
Oh, it's that big yawning.
Also, does all this look better now? Okay. That can go back on there.
Oh, like she even has her own drawer.
There's not enough stuff in it of hers to be her own drawer, but yes, they do go in a drawer. Doris! Oh. She headbutted me in the head earlier. She just came and like dived to the seat and her head just donk. Doris smarter than the boss? Doris was sleepy, so she sleeped. Oh, another mimicking soul. Hello, RNG. Wait. Where are they? Oh, they're there. Two book procs is 10k XP. Okay, I guess we can get 74 divination now. Hmm?
Marshmallow fluff.
Marshmallow fluff.
Yes. Then I can make us lazy man with crackers, Nutella, and marshmallow fluff. Although we're gonna need more crackers.
Good girl. All gone. Does she want to sniff? Yes, I know it's not edible. It's a Switch controller. You should go to bed, but you want to train Div with the core party? Same. I wasn't supposed to stream super late tonight, but like if I'm just gonna sit here at core party and reset, why not stream it? I mean, I guess the downside to streaming it is I'm gonna have to go filter out a load of videos that are just, what's it called? A load of videos that are just me standing here with not much interesting happening. I mean, I guess the occasional clip of me taking advantage of the book and getting plus 5k XP is useful, but there's only so many times I need to record that to get the point across, right? Hi. Who's a good girl? Also, I'm assuming this XP per hour up here is massively bugged, because there's no way we're getting 100k XP an hour just gathering the memory jars. No, no, no. I mean, let's actually no, but once this sword ends, sword is good, so. Oh. Do you want pets? Okay. I'm including book procs. I think whenever the book procs and I get a massive burst of XP, it kind of confuses the XP per hour tracker in RuneMetrics. I think it has something to like determine that the XP per hour that you're getting, or the XP like that you're getting over a certain period of time has changed, and so it starts recalculating from a, what's it called? So it starts like it resets the timer. How much XP per hour should this be? I have no idea. Over 100k? It's over 100k. Like the wiki has rates for experience rate. It has experience rates for 85 div, but core parties are more XP per hour. Yeah, core parties are more XP per hour than doing this, like running around the room and stuff. Not by much, but they're also way more chill, right? Anyway, you can keep. I'll give you pets with this hand, and I'll keep hunting Squirtles with this one. How's that sound? Yeah. What world is that you want to try out? World 67. Also, so many modest Squirtles. If we get a shiny and it's modest, I'm going to be so fucking happy. Yeah, it's super chill unless you want a 2-ticket. Like, the same 2-ticking you do in Dungeoneering div you can do here. And it gives you, like... I mean, it's probably like a 50% XP per hour boost because it goes from 3-tick to 2-tick, right? So... But, like... I'm not 2-ticking. It would be better XP per hour to 2-tick. But if I was 2-ticking, I couldn't give Doris pets and also play Pokemon. So where'd you get jars? You see the oh, you can't really. It's hidden by the on the east side of the room. There's like a pile of jars. You can go pick them up. Hmm. Oh, hang on. That's a Vengeful Soul. Run! We finally got a Vengeful Soul. It's so slow. Yeah, the tutorial is literally just a couple camera movements, and it gives you a full jar and an empty jar. That's it. Also, 4.2k div XP just for running away from a soul. Nice, nice. Not gonna lie, the scripture, now that it's actually proccing, I don't know what it was doing beforehand, but now it's actually proccing. I'm enjoying it. Just used up like half a page or something earlier without doing anything. What's the thing in the bottom right of my inventory? That's one of the cores. I grabbed it on a different world. But that's what they're using to spawn these memories in the middle. You just click the middle. Yep. You get jars, you click middle. You 2-tick if you're feeling sweaty. And then you go dunk the jars in the rift to the north. Stable. There we go. But you just fill up the jars and then you come send them here. And the XP comes flooding in. They just, when it closes, they just put more cores on the plinths. And then it opens again. And there's 74 divination. Hi. Who's a good little girl? See. Also, I've just had a realization. I should probably do some amount of dungeoneering divination. I don't need to do a lot of it. But if I need to get 75 dungeoneering anyway for Prif. So I should probably do at least some. Oh, come here. Oh, but then I have to do all the setup. Like doing the medium Demonheim tasks and all that kind of gubbins. Wait, actually, I don't even think I could do the medium Demonheim tasks. Also, yeah, sorry the Pokemon stopped. The dog wants love. Gotta upgrade the ring too. I've got 160k tokens. 170k tokens, so I can upgrade the ring, that's fine. Those tokens also came from archaeology. Is the time the core memory lasts random? No, it's fixed. I don't remember what it is, but it is fixed. That's how they know that they have enough cores to last another 2 hours. Because they know how long each set of 6 cores lasts. Also, if you're a higher div level, you can technically sweat this a bit more. The memories that spawn in the middle have different tiers. So Agi is the lowest one. Then Saren, then Juna, Sword, and then Krez. So if it's ever Agi and you're like 90 plus divination, you're probably better off just going around and doing luminous memories instead of Agi. But like, if you came to a core party, you came to chill, right? Also, how many different sources of entertainment can I put on the screen? We've got RuneScape, Pokemon, and Pom. I'm gonna be there till 83, then veg. Sounds like a plan. Chess game in top right. I am no good at chess. I've barely played it. Maybe we could start up a game of Magic the Gathering Commander. That I could probably play while doing all this. Gonna get a boof? Gonna get a boof? Did you hear mommy? Did she hear woo? Come here.
Ready?
Good girl. I'm sorry if that blew out anyone's ears.
Ready some more? Ready? Ready? Bless you.
Bless you.
Oh no, Daddy's not doing it either. You like we both do it.
Even chat's joining in now. You all done?
Do you want to come cuddle?
Do you want to go cuddle mommy? Yeah.
Come on then.
Oh, do you want to go? Oh, there you go. She was being indecisive,
Bless you.
and she got the sneezels.
Oh, and a footer.
Is there an FC for this? Yeah, it's core hunting. One word.
Oh, and a yawning.
Also, do you like the framing of the
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The rest of the room's a bit dark compared to like literally right here though, so
Yeah.
I kind of need a fill light as well, don't I? I literally don't have the plug sockets.
Place fucking sucks. Plug socket.
Well, the problem is that they repurposed the plug socket that would have been on that side, on that wall. They repurposed it for the fucking radiator. Which, I mean, to be fair, in the winter I do kind of appreciate. It's expensive though.
It's shit.
Well, electric radiators are not.
They're shit.
I mean, the problem is that they don't have much mass, right? They literally just they get warm and then they throw it all into the wall instead of slowly release it into the air.
They're shit. They're inefficient.
What's the inefficiency?
Normal radiator is like
The water holds onto it and releases it slowly.
yes.
Yeah. But there's no inefficiency. It's literally power in, power out. Inefficiency is typically heat, which is kind of what it's already doing.
They're shit. They cost loads of money.
To be fair, that's also because we only have one option for fucking electric provider and they gouge. Grumpy about that. Man, remember when we were in other flat and
Yes.
we got to swap to octopus, and it was so cheap. It was great.
I don't know. I paid zero attention to any of that.
Yeah, bills were made tough.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Jad Slayer point farming method? Yeah, it's busted, and I can't do it because I don't have Reaper's Choice, and I don't have well, I probably couldn't get to wave 6 on Jad right now. Oh, wave 6 Zuck right now. So I hope all the early birds are enjoying their early bird bonus. And then what's it called? And then next week they'll get double early bird bonus because all those Slayer points will let them farm the new about 2,400 I think we figured out.
Jesus.
I could RNG manip it instead, but that feels like cheating.
What's the difference? Gonna have to explain it to me.
Oh boy. So basically RNG manip is you start the game like from the Switch start screen.
Yes.
You start the game and you click A at very specific times so that when you get your starter, you're in a specific seed and you've advanced RNG a known number of times. And then you look at what the starter has in terms of nature, IVs, and all that kind of stuff, and use an online calculator to check that you actually hit the right frame, basically. And then you basically keep doing that until you do hit the right frame, and if it's shiny, then you know you've figured out your secret ID correctly, which is like your trainer ID, but you don't see it because it's secret. And then
That sounds more fun.
it's more skill. This is just spamming.
Do that way. That way sounds more fun.
That way involves numbers.
And?
Lots of numbers.
You're the numbers guy!
I do like my numbers.
Well then, do that. That sounds more fun. And you'd probably get there faster.
Oh, I definitely would get there faster.
Well then, why are you not doing that?
Because
you're doing a fool's errand.
Because I'm already 20 hours into this,
so you've got sunk cost fallacy, like an idiot.
Yes. And what's up, Davey Nurse? How you doing?
Do it the fun way.
Could RNG what? RNG manip or RNG manipulate? Basically, what's it called?
Chat, please tell him to do it the fun way.
Strangest Kaizo Ironmon stream I've ever seen. Who the heck said we're doing a Kaizo Ironmon?
See?
Sounds like she knows what she's talking about.
Yeah. Do it the fun way. Jesus H fucking Christ.
Listen to Gig. Oh god. You're in the lab a bunch, checks out for Kaizo. Iron. Gig is right, I am the numbers dude.
Yes, you're the numbers dude, and you're doing the fool's errand. Just do it the fun way.
You want to know what it
Christ.
is? Rax and Chev both got their shiny starters by brute forcing it. Admittedly, Rax got his in 2 hours. The bastard.
So, if they jumped off a cliff, you would too?
Damn straight, they're my gims. I mean, actually, I did jump off a cliff with Rax. There's a boss where you jump off a cliff. I'm getting the ultimate death glare right now.
Surrounded by idiots. I should just get that fucking tattooed on me somewhere. Although Mum would kill me.
If Rax did, sure, I'd assume he calculated the fool beforehand. Chev, not so much. You have been massively misled about Rax. Rax is the biggest feels craft guy I've ever met.
Oh, so he's like me.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
Rax is I'll ask Rax oh, what's the benefit of doing however you're doing it this way? He's just I don't know, numbers just going up, it's good. Numbers going up, and it's either chill or I'm having fun, so it's good.
Yeah, vibes.
Actually, yeah, that's exactly the word he used. He vibe progresses. He just vibes. If it feels good, he does it.
Did you have to put it that way?
Yeah, I didn't make it dirty. You did.
Do it the fun way. Or should I tell chat the watermelon story again? Chat, do you want the watermelon story again? I could do the watermelon story again, which then proves that you're not the numbers guy because you fucked it up so spectacularly.
Hey, the numbers were working and then they stopped working.
No, they didn't. You just didn't think.
I mean, to be fair, that is the common flaw of mine. That is one of my flaws.
Show them the game I'm about to talk about.
You want me to show them Reciteer?
Yes. Get a picture of it and show them. What fucking effort.
So this is the game she had me play. It's called Reciteer, and it's basically
Item Shop's Tale. Say the full name.
It's Reciteer, an item shop's tale, and it's basically a game where you run your own shop and you go adventuring to get stuff to sell in your shop, or you can buy stuff from other people and all that kind of stuff. And I found that there was a really great return on investment for melons. And I was like, you know what? There's literally like nothing as good as melons. It's really chill, really easy to do, and it's making me my rent. Because you have to pay rent in this game, of course. This game's catchline is capitalism ho.
Yes. I fucking love this game. It's my favorite game. More people need to play it. And I know that Moonlighter exists, but this was before Moonlighter. Way before Moonlighter.
But yeah, so basically I found there was a great return on melons. And I was like, I need to pay rent soon. So I'm just going to buy a bunch of melons. And just sell melons. You see how in this picture there's a variety of stock on the shelves? Turns out, if you fill all your shelves with melons,
or any one item,
then people realize that the supply of melons is really freaking high. And they suddenly become willing to pay less for your melons.
He crashed the melon economy, and all I could hear when that happened was, "Oh no, my melons!" And then the detail that makes this extra funny is because at the time he was at university as an economics student.
Yeah,
he was learning economics and he failed an economics game.
I also didn't get the degree, if that helps.
Yes.
I ended up swapping to computer science, which turns out I'm a lot better at.
Yep.
Because turns out when you learn something about how a computer does something, it doesn't tend to change. I'm not repeating that, Rain. To be fair, I did not expect the game to have a fully functional and vindictive supply and demand simulator in it.
It literally told you on the top of the screen every day.
Yeah, it told me what items were in high demand and what items were worth a bit less. But I didn't realize that buying a shit ton of the items that were, you know, just buying a shit ton of the items would suddenly make them in lower demand. Which I guess is, well, actually it wasn't really, it was lower demand. It was that the, you know, they were worth less, or the.
But it's just, I was quite happy sitting there whilst he was
Gig
playing.
specifically asked me to play this game because it's like, oh yeah, you're studying economics. I want to see how your brain works. And it was mostly going fine until this incident, and then I lost all credibility.
Yep. And to be clear, I've played this game many times. Never happened to me. Because I diversified my stock.
I tried to meta the game by realizing that something had a very good ratio of me being able to buy it from.
But I also, you know, it's a game about economics and running a shop. You diversify your wares. Like how a food shop doesn't supply just fucking crackers or something. They have all sorts of food, so that people can buy lots of different nice things. And then,
well, yeah, but in that game, everyone just came in and they always bought one thing. So you didn't need to sell multiple different things, because no one was going to come in and buy a sword and a melon. They were either just going to come in and buy a sword or buy a melon and then bugger off. So it's like, okay, so no one's buying multiple things. So no one needs to worry about, like, I don't need to worry about, like, how many melons do people want. It's just, they come in.
Literally all the people have different needs for different things. It's like you have warriors coming in.
Hey, warriors might want some melons for their journeys.
Can't. Oh no, my melons!
It's fine, they recovered and I got my money back on them. It just, you know, wasn't in time for rent.
You had to scramble and find all sorts
Hey,
of
I saved it.
Twat.
I dug my own hole, but I got out of it. But the real question is, did you pivot to selling peaches afterwards? What do you think, Peaches? Gig bruises easily, so. All I know is that no, I'm not playing it. Again. I'm not opening myself up to that ridicule. Hmm?
Yeah, the character's really cute. All the characters are really cute. It's funny. Whilst Moonlighter, there's barely any sort of.
You're still not doing it the fun way?
Yeah, do it the fun way. Do it.
Ow.
Do it. Do it.
She whapped you like you gave away the secret Peach tag? No, I just called her a nickname that she doesn't like.
I wouldn't have the nickname if you didn't keep fucking throwing yourself at me at the beginning of the relationship and making me bruise.
I am sorry.
The fun one. This is boring.
You want me to start RNG nipping my...
Yes! Do it! This way is boring! It's not entertaining!
Okay, guys, show of hands. Do I keep brute forcing or... And Yomi, you've made your opinion very well known already.
Do it!
Now, the amount of things I'm gonna have to add to the stream for you two guys to have no idea about what the heck I'm going on about anyway. Because that was a big one.
Yeah. It feels better now though. Oh.
You mean Gig is pretty entertaining? You forgot Pokemon is even on? So Gig, when are you streaming?
When I get my VTuber model.
Do you know someone who can make it for you?
I've shown you the one that I want to get, and it's really cheap and good quality. Considering.
Is it cheap considering we just bought 2 Switch 2s?
Which, for most good VTuber models, you're paying thousands. So yeah, it's pretty cheap.
Gotta put some Subway Surfers on the side, some Minecraft parkour, and Family Guy shorts.
I hate iPad kids. I hate iPad kids. The brain rot
But
is
will the
real.
VTuber model have a Doris model with it? That would be sick if Doris just walked in the background, like a little VTuber Doris. Just
try. I don't know how. Like, it would be me doing a crash course on how any of it works. And I'd need a better camera. Those ones suck.
you'd also need better lighting. So we're talking £100 for a VTuber model.
Yep.
Now we've seen how good those are, we'd end up buying another one of those lights.
I really need one that bright.
Yes.
Oh.
I mean, you'd be surprised just...
Jesus H fucking Christ! Turn it down! Oh.
Thing can go bright.
Burns us!
It's really freaking good. I leave that thing just running all stream, and when I turn it off, it's not even warm. It was expensive, but bloody hell was it. One of those you get what you pay for things. Like the other 2 lights I used to have here, I threw those away when I was cleaning out the room.
Yeah, I know,
because,
I noticed.
Yeah, because one of them just straight up broke, and the other one just turned off after like half an hour of running. So it's like, eh.
Shouldn't you ring light with? Not like you can actually see me. On the camera. Well enough to do the rig.
I had a ring light. I think I might have thrown it away though.
Excellent.
Also, ring lights are also very bright. Like that looks bright, but it's not as bright as the other lights were because it's bigger. And the bigger it is, the less light each individual spot of it can give out and still light you up. Oh, it's over there. Over there. Where'd it go? Come back! Give me my XP! Thank you.
The fun way! Or do I need to leave? Am I distracting?
No, it's just
The fun way!
let's.
Do you think there'd be a way that if we streamed at the same time, you'd be able to have my VTuber model work on? I can invite the phone.
I don't know.
That'd be cool.
Well, he's playing Procopia.
Yes, hello Procopia.
It's not that video.
That game's overwhelming me very quick.
This guy. So this is the video I would need to watch. They can't see it. So this is the video I would need to watch to
do it. But you need to stop every 30 seconds or so because of fair use.
I'm not gonna press play. This 43-minute video is the video I need to watch to learn how to start doing it.
Learn it for tomorrow then. There you go, homework.
Just ask Google AI. Honestly, the kind of summary Google AI could give me, I already kind of understand the gist of, like, using what's it called? Using Eon timer and stuff. This, like, the complexity of actually, like, figuring out, because, like, the whole idea of it is, like, you have to figure out what ID you have, like what secret ID you have, is the first step. I mean, admittedly, when you figure out your secret ID, it's because you get a shiny. So that kind of is the end of the hunt. So I guess that is, like, the whole process is figuring out your secret ID. Also, like, I mentioned this before, but I am literally, like, playing through my OBS viewfinder. How on earth am I supposed to do, like, frame perfect inputs through my OBS viewfinder? Skill issue? I mean, it kind of is. But, like, not only is it in my OBS viewfinder, it's going through a capture card. Which, I mean, to be honest, the capture card probably... The capture card doesn't really have that much delay. But, like, it's still probably multiple frames. I mean, the thing is, I would find it fun. But it's also, like, I don't think I could do it before this. Like, I don't think I could see it through to the end till this core party ends. It's actually kind of the thing I'd rather... I would almost rather, like, do a like, a stream without the whole RS stuff and just focusing on learning how to do it. And, like, stream that as a completely, like, separate thing. Do we have enough in our inventory for... No, definitely not. We're getting close to 75, though. Just raw dog it anyway and continue as you are. I mean, the thing is, I do want to learn how to do it because it seems kind of cool. So I'm torn. I am torn. I think it needs like my entire focus though, is one thing. Like it's the kind of thing where if a Elidinis spirit spawned and distracted me, I'd be like completely thrown off. But it is interesting because it is basically just like you're literally timing everything. So this is Eon Timer, I think it's called. Eon Timer, yeah. So he's literally timing his start, his character creation. So you have to get that frame perfect. And then so later in the video you can see him going through like a calculator and a list of like, this is all the different like shinies he could aim for. Like these are all the different shiny, I think he's looking at what's it called, Bulbasaur's here because of overgrow. But like you see that those seeds are set by when you press A on the getting started thing. So like you have to like close out the emulator and you have to do that, and then in order to start the timer to control the initial seed, I'd have to start a timer now, hit play, just leave this to play, like play the whole intro, and then sit on the press start screen until Eon Timer, which is this thing down here, tells me to press A, and then I need to press A exactly when it tells me to, on the exact frame. And then I sit on this for a certain number of frames, I think, as well. And then I continue when it tells me to. Again, a second frame perfect input. And then you can skip through all this. And then you have to sit on this text until it tells you to press A again. This is the third, frame perfect input. And now it's decided what the nature, IVs, and shininess and stuff of the Squirtle is. So like it's doable, but it's real dang hard, and I can already tell my viewfinder was lagging when I was just moving my cursor around a second ago, so I'd have to not be playing through the OBS viewfinder. Oh, I wasn't. Ooh. Instant vengeful soul. Run away! Oh no, what? My dive sent me in a straight line. No. I was trying to dive like diagonally to just have it go around so I could stay near the Sword of Edixon. I shouldn't have tried to greed. Is it intended? No, it's just how RNG works, right? Because RNG with computer software isn't random. There is no way to be to be random. So a random number generator is more commonly known as a pseudo random number generator. And it's basically you set a seed. It's basically just you set a seed, and then every time you ask it for a number, it then advances and gives you the next number in the sequence, and then the next number in the sequence next time you call it, etc. So basically, for a given seed, you know what the numbers are going to be and what the order of them is going to be. And the way the Pokemon games work, at least these ones, is they basically call for a number every frame. So that's the advances that the video would be talking about. So you're basically trying to get a specific seed to be set, and then get it to be that seed to be advanced a certain number of times by being just called as the game runs. And then basically the website he's showing off right now, for his given trainer ID and secret ID combination, the whole reason he did that frame perfect input at the start was to try and narrow down what his secret ID could be. And then he's chosen a secret ID from this list of secret IDs. So basically, this number over here is how many advancements. The number on the left, this is how many advancements on his have happened. And then on the right is what his secret ID would be, assuming he reached the what's it called? Assuming he reached the end of character creation. Mimicking Soul, 1 second. There we go. Yeah, assuming he pressed A on the correct frame for the correct number of advancements, he then matches that up and picks a secret ID from here. Now, he probably didn't press A on the perfect frame, so what he's going to do is he's going to assume his secret ID is 9887 or something, and then he's going to start the shiny hunt with that secret ID, and then when he gets the correct starter with the correct nature, correct IVs, and all that kind of stuff, he will then... He can then just basically see, is it shiny or not? If it is shiny, he's got a shiny, and he knows that was his secret ID. If it's not shiny, then he needs to pick another secret ID and do the process again. And basically just shiny hunt until it actually ends up being a shiny. And the insane thing about these tools is that you can put in a given trainer ID, how many advances you want, what seed you want to start the game with, and you put in your trainer ID and your secret ID, and it basically says, here's all the shinies you can get with that trainer ID and secret ID. So then you pick one of those to aim towards. You set up Eon timer to basically tell you when you should be pressing A at all the different points during the process. And then you basically just keep adjusting it until you basically just keep running it, figure out what starter you ended up with by checking its nature, its gender, its IVs. Its IVs, by putting in its level 5 information, beating the rival fight so you level up to level 6, putting in the level 6 information, and if that's not enough, you then need to go level up without gaining any EVs, or without gaining enough EVs to actually gain a stat point, so that you can figure out what the IV data is at level 7. And then you have to go all the way up to level 8 and yeah. So it's like, it's way, I mean, it's more interesting than what I'm doing for sure. And the more now I've actually like gone over it, the more I actually want to give it a crack. Also, 3 mimicking souls in a row. I just gained like 15k div XP in a few minutes from this book. Also, this must look so random, me just diving around all over the place doing a core party. Was this all data mined? I don't know if it was like, I don't know if people use like the actual game data on the cartridges or if they just figured it out through trial and error and stuff. I'm assuming some kind of combination of both. But yeah, I'm definitely down for learning it tomorrow lunchtime. And well, the problem is, even if I learn it tomorrow, I'm not going to be doing this tomorrow. Tomorrow I will hope I should be getting invention tomorrow, really, right? So we're going to be diving into a bunch of invention stuff. I have a load of stuff to disassemble, so I guess that's kind of AFK. But not as AFK as it could be. Probably data mine first and then plugged what they could into a program to decode the rest. And the program ran tests until it verified the results. I have no idea. Whatever I said in response to that would be pure guesswork. So. I'm just trying to figure out how I could I mean, I guess I could just do it through my capture card and then I just have to put what advancements and stuff I end up hitting. Yeah, I can do it. Just today's not the day. It's it's midnight, so now is not the time to be learning something. And I doubt by the time this core party is over, which is in like an hour, I doubt by the time the core party's over, I will have nailed the I will have nailed it. I mean, I could just be a complete and utter natural, but that's naive. Also, someone made a good point that you just dunk a few what's it called? You dunk a few memory jars between spawns so you don't waste time. Have to see the XP per hour at gate just siphoning the lower spots. I have not seen what that XP per hour is. Is it good XP an hour? Yeah, very. You did it in leagues? I mean, that's slightly modified XP rates now, isn't it? But, it's gotta be a... Wait, you think it's 200k an hour in live game? Okay. I'm kind of curious. It would also mean that all of what I've just done is, like... I'm not gonna say pointless, but, like... At least 150k at your level? I haven't really been keeping track of what my actual XP per hour is. The problem is it fluctuates so much when you're doing... all the memories, because siphoning the... What the heck? I didn't realize you could get clue scrolls. Yeah, it wouldn't make it wouldn't have made it pointless as such, but I would be a higher level. Actually, no, there is one thing I've definitely gained. Memory strands. I said I needed 1,000 memory strands and we're almost there. So once you add in the XP gained from... What are they called? From engrams? This is probably... I mean, this is probably... If it takes me 3 hours to get 1,000 memory strands, and those 1,000 memory strands are going to restore 5 engrams at... Is there a table? Is there a table of XP for handing in the engrams? Up to 68,700. I don't know what the actual amount is for my current level. But it's not going to be 70,000. So let's say a conservative, like, I don't know, 40 to 45,000 maybe? I feel like it might be around, it might end up being around 50,000, but I'll aim lower and go 45,000. So we'd be restoring and handing in 5 of those. So we'd be restoring and handing in 5 of those, which would be 225k. Plus, I don't actually know how much other XP I've gotten. I'll be honest. We came here at 72. And 72. Do I have a 72 skill? To quickly check. Do I have a 71? That would be even better. I do not. But 72 to currently 75 is... You're guessing 8,765 resets for shiny? What is it you're looking for? I am currently soft resetting for a shiny Squirtle. Gig and especially Yomi both want me to swap over to RNG manipping, but I am far too tired right now to learn that. So that will be if I'm gonna do that on stream, it will be a weekend stream thing. And I'll pull out the like one of the other overlays which minimizes RuneScape to do it. To be honest, I just need to use the 3DS one and stick a picture of Doris underneath me. That'll make everyone happy. After full run XP at 99. I don't know how much I trust RuneMetrics XP an hour, because if you look at my XP an hour right now... It thinks I'm getting nearly 400k XP an hour in divination. I'm most certainly not. So, yeah, RuneMetrics is some spice. Another mimicking one? Yo, this book has been generous. Although I've realized one problem. Can you leave the Hall of Memories while you have memory jars? Because I need to go get another page. And all the pages are currently in the chest at a gate. Also, can I proc this book while skilling at gate? I mean, I'll be honest, if a method's 250k per hour, I'm not using more pages on it. You haven't got a serum proc? I know that it can't fill urns. But also Seren, what's it called? Grace of the Elves, Seren Spirits, and the skilling books are a little different. I mean, I have 1,000 memory strands, so I could just leave and go test gate. What do we think? I mean, all I'm gonna do is roll another 120 Squirtles if I stay here. I'm surprised they're not holding... They aren't holding these cores for... What's it called? I'm gonna fill up this last jar and then we'll dunk them and go. Because I need to get more pages for the book anyway, and I don't think I can... Well, I mean, there's nothing stopping me, like, dunking, destroying the jars, and... going and getting a page and coming back. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they're not saving the cores for... Repair the barrier too? Repairing the barrier complicates using the book. Because I'm more likely to get a proc on crafting or construction. Are you using food? Or is it not enough corruption to kill you? Oh, I guess even if you did get low health, you could just press the what's it called? You could just press the extra action button. With Enhanced Excalibur, you last about 3 minutes a run? Yeah, I don't have that. But yeah, I could just, what's it called? I can just activate. I could just activate the extra action button and Nick Florin will put up the healing thing, right? I don't think you need to dunk. Oh, the jar filled. Okay, let's send them. Wait, what the? This one's already half full. Wait. Oh, it's because we got a Krez, which just like absolutely sends it. Freeman's with sign don't have a defense cape yet either. I should get a defense cape. The problem is if I go for defense cape. So the problem is getting a defense cape is great because you get sign of life everywhere, right? Without having to make them. The problem with getting 99 defense is it puts my combat level up. And if my combat level gets too high, I start getting Zami Reapers. And Zuck Reapers. At least Zuck is 120 now instead of 110, but like... Yeah, getting a 99 in defense and also getting a bunch of constitution levels along the way. Not really ideal. Not really ideal. Man, Krez actually just sends your jars to the stratosphere, huh? Okay, I need 8% for this jar, so we finish that one off, and then we go to gate. Oh, of course it's Agi now. Typical. Lasted 150 without EE or sign. Okay. Okay, last Squirtle. It was not a shiny. I don't need that. So what do I need? Quickly disable my book. I can't use urns. I could use food, but I mean, I guess I'll take some food and just see what the damage is like. Just see what I could do, right? We also need to take our pages. There we go. We now have 23 hours and 20 minutes in the book. Okay, let's see if we actually get any book procs while doing this then, yeah? 230k at 99. Let's see. I'm testing if the what's it called? If the healing circle actually appears if you don't jump up the pillars. It does. Turns out she shoots you, even if you don't dunk. Good to know. So what I want to do is I want to do as many of these as I can, and then when I'm doing that one, proc the heal. Do you get the same XP per tick for transmuting the low level ones as you do the high level ones? Or the bigger ones on the other side of the barrier? So I don't know how long I should leave the book on before saying it does or doesn't work. Oh yeah, she blows up the barrier, right, when you use the heal. Well, taking a 12k, 1200 is not a great plan, is it? Oh yeah, I don't want to do that one just yet. $150k an hour. So my current impression is that I'm probably not getting book procs. Which is weird, because you can get big book procs fighting Croesus, right? Okay, I want to time this to delay the squares. Those come down. The healing circle appears. I finish transmuting this one. I dive over here, get the heal, start transmuting this one, get blasted for half my health. Now, the next special attack isn't a isn't a begone. It's a rotten suffer. I am probably ticking down to death before the heal appears. Never mind. I want to see if the big shards have. I want to see if the big shards give the same XP drop. They do. Okay. If they do, then there's no point doing the second heal. Just take the L here. Also, so far, impression is no book procs. So we lose out on book procs and we lose out on urns. Compared to... what's it called? Compared to Hall of Memories. But this is also, like, not that much slower than doing gate crafting. It's just much more active. There's also some relatively tight timers. But also, like, you don't need to be dodging mechanics constantly. It's just a few dives between some rocks. It's almost like I've screwed this up now though. Rotten stuff is going through. Wait to get hit. How long do we think we have to go before we can say yay or nay to book procs working? Because I'm kind of already leaning on the nay side. Okay, and then this time I don't bother delaying it. I just finish siphoning this rock and let myself die. But yeah, I'm thinking no on the books. I'll do one more run with the book on, but if I don't get a book proc this time, I'm turning it off. It's not quite as chill. That's one thing I will say. Yo, what's up, Don Fox Elite? Shaving with a cutthroat razor takes a lot of courage. Used to shave your privates with one, but you don't have the balls to do it anymore. My word. What cereal box did you find that one on? Yeah, yeah. I understand why it wouldn't be enabled. Also, I guess if we have a 200k XP an hour method, we probably shouldn't be using the pages on it. Well, there's not looking like 200k XP an hour, 180k. I mean, 180k is still better than I would have been getting in the Hall of Memories. I did not update the today command when I said I would earlier, huh? The same one when your dad went out for the milk. I make it too easy, don't I? I'm torn. I mean, both have their uses, I guess, as the TLDR of it. Both methods. I've got the memory strands I need from what's it called? From the Hall of Memories. So I did that for the correct amount of time. I guess Hall of Memories is also like it's only as good as it was because there's a core party and like you can't always be at a core party. That was just kind of like a really lucky coincidence that the same time I went to the Hall of Memories of my own accord, there happened to be a core party going on. A cache is dead? Caches require you to train at colonies to spawn them. And the problem is that colonies give terrible base XP. So, and it takes about, without having like a memory dowser or the big dunk relic, muspers, all that kind of stuff, right? It takes about an hour to spawn a cache. So, it doesn't really add enough XP to a bad method to make the bad method good. Also, I am probably dead for getting hit by that. He'll go down? Nope. Okay, that was weird. Didn't realize he could heal a dead body. You're gonna start PVMing soon once you get your membership back, but you also want to work on curses and 99 summoning? You don't know how to prestige on that. Prestige on curses and summoning? I think I missed something I said, but that's a response to. Is this better than dungeoneering divination with only access to lustrous wisps? Ooh, that is a question. I mean, it doesn't require all the same setup, is the answer. Like, you don't need to upgrade the ring. You don't need to go get the medium dungeoneering achievements. Yeah, I guess on average it's just way better. I mean, I guess the setup is getting 86 arch, but you're also getting the best crafting method, the boss itself, and its loot table. Man, it's a shame you can't use urns doing this. Yeah, I guess the goal now is get to 80 and send caches. Not send caches. I just reread the our cache is dead message. The goal now is get 80 and send engrams, right? And I'm not doing that tonight, so we do that tomorrow. And I do something else more AFK than this while I'm working. Probably just go back to woodcutting. I still gotta work on 76 woodcutting for the vampire quests. Get 78 or 79 send engrams. I think that's the plan. I'm gonna get 78. Boost with a banner to get the brilliant energy for the tier 80 engram. And then hand in like 5 engrams, which should get me from 78 to 80. Now unlock invention. It might not get me from 78 to 80 is one thing. But you can always hope. Yeah, I don't know how accurate the XP per hour is. Like how long it's been since it last recalibrated. But if it's 200k an hour, then I'd say this is pretty dang good. Anyway, I think we've seen enough of that method to know that that's how we're getting to 78. So I should probably go to bed. I should probably go to bed. Who is live? Beach? Yeah, we'll raid Beach. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be live. I'll be live again tomorrow. We'll get invention unlocked tomorrow, and we'll start working on supplies and components and stuff for it. I have some things to figure out, but like what's it called? I did some, where is it? I did some fletching, so we've got some arrows for like head parts and all that kind of stuff. We have loads of battle staves for powerful components. So we should be good to start off. Anyway, thanks all for hanging out today. We have a bit of a longer stream than I planned, but some good some good RNG and some good finds as well. You can have one more pitch that. Almost the whole 24 hours on this. This book is gonna be used and abused. Anyway, let's go give Beach some pog dogs, and I'll catch you guys all later today, I guess. Have a good night all.